Good. Hello.
Hello.
Such. Yes.
Hello.
It's just such. Was genuinely expecting more there. More of the full me.
Morn.
So, welcome to the invasion, session 50. Who would have known it got this far?
Who let it get this far?
Paraphrasing Rancid there.
Also, Fleabite? Question mark. Still alive?
There's some time cop not doing his job.
Probably Thea. Of all the people.
Yeah.
Of all the gin joints.
Well, Thea was obviously run by Callum. So, of course, time coppery. The absolute nonsense of all that. Besides that, it is the invasion, session 50, as I said. Somehow it's a special number. Yeah, it's the 12th of May 2021. I am Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
I am Tom, playing the part of Eltris, the barbarian elf, and yeah, just can't believe we made it to 50. Feels like just 2-3 weeks ago we started.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything, even after 50 sessions.
And also a good evening from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanger, the dwarven priesty dude. Other not verbs. Why did I say verbs? Nouns are available. Pretend I got it right the first time. It's fine. It's fine.
Perfect.
Are
So
you
yeah,
sure?
so Tom, that's 5 sessions, including today, I think, that you've been in already. It's
Is it
mad.
5? Gee.
Yeah.
Wow. I tried to make a really funny joke and then like, nobody laughed and I was like, oh well, okay, that didn't work.
Yeah,
No.
just because no one laughs didn't mean the joke didn't laugh.
Yeah.
It's okay.
We are often
Keep telling
seen not
Colin.
laughing.
It's fine.
He will.
Sometimes when I have a good joke, I just tell people so that they know.
I often find that sometimes the funnier parts of the joke is telling somebody why it was funny, and often they disagree. Okay, so what happened last time, guys?
We met Alardin.
And he was some sort of spooky priest of Blood Prince, and wanted the Blood Prince to do Blood Princey stuff with their newfound barbarian.
Fair.
And I had an identity crisis.
He also fainted. Kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, kind of embarrassing.
More of a paralysis situation than a fainting.
Potato, tomato.
So, anything else happened last time that's worthy of note?
Yes.
A certain someone may have turned up.
Who might that have been?
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Or Benedict Arnold. I wasn't sure where you were going with that. Yeah.
Certain spooky wish lady, as Callum put it.
Yeah, fair. Yep, we Cynthia. She's lovely. Yeah. What about you, Eltris? Anything else happen that's maybe worth recapping?
I was just about to say, when you said she was lovely, I was like, she just paralysed me, but yeah, she's lovely.
Maybe before that, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I spoke to the Blood Prince person through my head.
Yeah, that. How'd that go?
Very well, thanks. Very well indeed. Yeah, pretty scary. A lot of stairs to get to him. Yeah. Seems like a nice guy.
All
Didn't
right.
paralyse me, so he's good in my books.
Is that your new gauge for people now? How quickly does the paralysis set in?
Did you paralyse me? No. Okay, we can be friends.
Yeah, you're
There's
one
no
of the cool guys.
temporary paralysis.
I mean, see. Super
I'm-
ominous, right? Unnecessarily ominous, to be fair.
Everything's temporary.
Says the druid of the spores and cleric of the grave guy.
Ah,
Everything's temporary. So yeah, let's look at the goals that are set in place for now. So those are as follows: convince Charleston to reclaim his house unless he's in it. Get Sarah home alive. Reunite. Couldn't say that for a second there. Warren and sister. Uncover Noah Glint secret. And then learn the outcome of the Blood Prince ritual. And we've got some personal goals. Alexander, what's Fleabite's personal goal?
Fleabite would like to establish a place to lay low.
Eltress.
Earn the title of the Chosen One.
Vanguard.
it's investigate the Vellum Thaki connection.
So, I think we open up quite simply with Eltress hitting the ground and Cynthia being revealed dramatically behind him, saying, "Quick, grab his feet," to the group.
Hmm. You want to field that one?
Um, I, Fleabite was still on the bed, I think.
Yeah, you were next to Sarah.
Yes. Fleabite's going to jump down and start untying his laces.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I think as that happens, I think Sarah will just turn to you, Vanguard. Do you know this woman?
Yes, we do. What? Forgive me. How are you here?
And she looks up and, like, obviously Cynthia looks up and then stares at Sarah and goes, "Ah, yes, Cynthia." She was like her hand out for Sarah to take, who just autopilots into like formality without really like blinking. Takes her hand, and they just can like exchange pleasantries very briefly, and she turns back around. "Ah, yes, Vanguard. So, you just don't want this." She waves vaguely at Eltress.
Fair enough. This Blood Prince business did seem a little And he sort of, nods his head, but in a way that doesn't indicate approval. If you see what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. You're just nodding in understanding, but not necessarily
Yeah.
acceptance. Yes. And she goes, "Oh no, you can. I'm encouraging you to keep this one. I just mean the situation." She clarifies.
So let's clarify further. No, I don't think he'd say that. No, let's be specific. You mean our being here in the midst of this Watchers coven?
She just nods once, definitively. The definitive Cynthia nod.
Well, I'll sort of look around between the
I
two.
think Fleabite will chirp in. They have much that could give, yes.
She looks at you and she smiles as you've got like one of Eltress's boots in your hand, I guess.
Yeah.
And she says, "No, I didn't quite mean take his boots. I meant, let's... no. So Fleabite, it's more complicated than that. The Watchers, they will take a lot for what they give. They will take too much if you see. And she just looks at you as if, do you see?
Now it's all just too confusing.
Yeah. But what does Fleabite say?
They have given already and not taken yet. Although vaguely look around for
Uh,
our missing tiefling.
yeah, right? Mhm. And she says, it would not be safe to continue dealing with the Watchers. She just stares at you intensely, Fleabite. And then she says, also put his boot back on. I suppose we'll have him up on his feet. He is not willing then, she says to you, Vanger. Also, Eltris, you can hear all this, you just can't act currently.
I think
For telling me that.
I think my response is it's not entirely clear.
I think as you say that, she goes, no, it is, it's crystal clear. And then
See, although, but as I'm saying this, I'm sort of trying to help. But he's very much out still. So
I know, like, if Fleabite puts the boot back on him, she'll... yeah, if... I'm assuming you do. And you probably don't lace it up, though, but I think you at least put his foot back into the...
I was thinking I'll put it back in and then
Dramatic pause.
if yeah, even good. And then I'll tie the two laces together. Like tie the two boots laces together.
She just rolls her eyes as she sees this, and then she, like, just, I guess, like, touches the back of your head, Eltris, and you, like, can suddenly move again.
Okay.
What's your reaction as you're lying face first on the floor?
Um,
As I said, you did hear all of the exchange as well.
did I also feel my boot getting taken off and put back on?
Sure, why not?
I suppose I'll just try and get up. I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Vanger, you said you wanted to help him? Yeah.
yes, I will.
So obviously, very quickly you discover your boots have been tied.
I roll for dexterity. No, I'm joking.
Dick save! No, you're good, you're good. Just Fleabite being a dick as per usual. So, yeah. Any reactions from Eltris after this, after you've been self-righted?
I don't know. I suppose I kind of like. Obviously, I've never came across Cynthia, have I? So
Have you even seen her yet?
no, not at all. I don't think so. No, have I?
No.
So,
Well, I see. I'll just bring up the picture. So there is what the party have seen as a portrait of Cynthia in the past. Got it?
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So I suppose I don't know. Probably turn to Vanger or Fleabite. Probably Vanger. Just be like, who is this?
that's reasonable considering that your character certainly wouldn't know the extent of the relationship between her and Fleabite. But actually, to be fair, even I don't really know that, do I?
No, not to the extent at least.
So I would quite happily do the introduction then. Sorry, you were a bit unconscious. Yes, this is. Oh, by the way, I should stop to say that it might be harder to tell when I'm doing Vanger's voice. I've just realised this myself because my throat is a bit fucked.
It's okay.
So I'm not going to be able to put on quite as much of a rasp as I sometimes do. but I'll try. This is Cynthia Van Roon, and Cynthia, this is Eltris. Just Eltris, I say to him, like sort of indicating to him, presumably you have another name. This is dramatic irony because Vanguard doesn't use others.
Okay.
2 seconds before you continue. So, Mr. Grumpy Scotsman, Benjamin is a T-Rex that is the imaginary friend of one of the Friday players who begged me to put him as a channel reward. So, I did. He's a channel reward. Arguably, you could summon a T-Rex called Benjamin with a wish spell for much cheaper. But would he really be Benjamin? Anyway, sorry, please continue, Tom.
I summoned Benjamin. No. So, yeah, I just kind of say to Vanguard, oh, sorry. Yes, it's Eltris Indoral is the name. And then I kind of look back at Cynthia and then kind of back
she
at...
courtesies very lightly.
Then
She's
kind of back at Vanguard.
She's been introduced, right? So she courtesies at the fact that you've introduced yourself politely. She's been introduced politely. She has very little to do now. But yeah, and you look back at Vanguard.
Yeah, and just kind of
he heard you
to
say,
her, like, and be like, is she trustworthy? We can trust her, yeah.
She smiles, and you see that all of her teeth are different coloured jewels.
I did not try and steal one.
You were weak.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be the first time.
Well, a good question.
Goes, is it now? She puts like her hands on her hips in like a faux kind of like insulted way.
I don't know you well enough to comment on the content of your character. Well, we've barely met.
She laughs like briefly and she goes, "If only we had time for such pleasant nonsense." She like gestures around the room as if, remember where we are? And she looks at you, Eltris. She looks at Eltris, sorry, there, Vanger, and then she says, "I am here trying to get you away from the people that wish to see you used up. And the people here that offer you these comforts are the people who wish to use you up. You can decide who you wish to follow." She just like smiles and then she nods at Vanger as if, carry on.
If we are to make our exit, given, not sure, given what you've indicated to us about these Watchers, I assume they won't be eager to see us go.
She gives you like a severe look, kind of mostly to you though, and like a slightly more pleasant one over to Eltris. And then she says, "You were chosen as the vessel, correct?"
Yes, that's correct, yes.
"And the Blood Prince spoke to you."
Also correct.
She nods. She gives you another severe look, Vanger. Just like a side-eyed, like, oh dear. And then she goes, "Do you wish to be the vessel?"
I am not 100% confident with the idea of this.
Good. You are at least as smart as you look. Then we should leave. Then she says that to the group.
Yes. My concern is, should we perhaps take steps to avoid detection? Because I'm not quite sure how we sort of look around. Not quite sure how we get these two out, indicating to Eltris and to Sarah.
I think Sarah goes, "Oh, they don't know who I am." Why would it be a problem if I left? I'm not this chosen one.
But you've been seen with him.
She kind of like narrows her eyes, like she's not quite putting something together. She's just not letting on as much, right?
They see you leaving. They may wonder. Now, hold on. Where are his friends going? Why is he? Why are they? You know, and might conclude I better follow just in case, or something. Whatever the case, I think we should best.
I think, look, Cynthia leans in and says, yes, suspicion often follows the wicked. She's paid for edge, just so you know.
But indeed, yes. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to say to that.
Then
let me actually just check something.
She looks to Fleabite as if trying to gauge what Fleabite's up to.
Wait, starts to like limber up, stretch, you know, and then I sit down. Clearly, things are about to get a bit messier.
Yep.
And
you are probably quite knackered still. Given,
yes. Oh yeah.
The fact that you're still in like 11 health. Yeah.
Yes. Slightly regretting not taking that potion, but not enough to actually take it now.
Okay.
And I guess turn to Cynthia and say, "Out, we come in, or you have other escape."
I'm afraid I won't be much help to you there. And she gives you like a kind of sad look, as if clearly she doesn't enjoy that fact. Because my movements are restricted somewhat here. She gives you like a narrow-eyed nod. Like 100% she's not telling you everything, but when's that new for something? Like I felt like it's like as I was saying, I'm like, why am I even saying the words? People know she's not telling you everything. It's her literal, like her only character skill.
I mean, it feels, at least to Alexandra, that she's almost telling more than she usually is.
Like,
oh yeah, that admission that she's sort of being that obvious about it is more honest than her usual.
It's probably scarier than normal as well. It's like, actually, tell us less. It's safer.
Yeah, I rather to continue thinking of you as an omniscient.
So yeah, I just wouldn't dawdle here. I would try and make as few friends as I exited as possible. You will not get very far, however, and she points to Eltress. If they have decided you are their vessel, I doubt they will part with you easily. She looks around to see what everybody's up to.
Fleabite's gonna put the cushion into bag folding.
Okay. Memento.
Sailors, I know how I can effect a stealthy escape, but less sure how we get group out. Perhaps maybe some sort of distraction.
Because, well, which one of you are the least valuable? She looks around at all four of you.
I point at Eltress.
Like, Cynthia just looks at you with that knowing of, really? Look, Fleabite, really? Sarah probably does smile more to herself at the fact that you pointed at Eltress than to... Because you've kind of looked after her quite a good chunk. Obviously, like the people that have interacted with her the most has been obviously like Vanger since the DCC got her out, because he obviously got her out, and then Vanger kind of took over, and Fleabite armed her and kept talking to her in the dark. So she does have a good working relationship with the party. obviously Eltress is the news to her as well. So she probably does smile a bit to herself that she wasn't the obvious dump choice, despite what she heard of Eltress's skill and him being the chosen one. Kind of makes him sound really important, to be fair. And if plus, if she'd seen how badass he was in the fight, she'd probably be like, "Really, you're picking me over him? Why?" So yeah, she was probably quite pleased at that. And yeah, what's Vanguard up to? What's he doing when Cynthia's doing her look around at the party?
Not sure. Mostly just waiting to see what other people are going to suggest in terms of how we escape, because Vanguard can turn into a rat or a cat or something. So that's sort of why I raised that, because like I know what I can do, but what can we do to get everyone else out?
Yeah.
What if our distraction and make of less follow is the same? Yes. They wish to follow if this one is living, yes. What if they think that he is not?
He raises an eyebrow and then just looks at you, Eltress, to see if you followed what Fleabite suggested. She's trying to gauge your reaction.
Just out of character, I take it we're going to pretend someone's dead. Who's that? No, joking.
I mean, yeah, Fleabite was suggesting we make some pretend way of killing you, very specifically you.
I suppose I just kind of give back like the Sokovian smile.
The yeah. Yeah,
Like,
fair.
Be a good idea though. So you know, what I mean, I don't think I'd really say anything, but there is some sort of contemplation in my face. You know, like maybe.
Yeah, what's the steps to that? Yeah.
Yeah.
We pretend that Eltress here has died, and then
Cynthia says, well, she exhales a bit, I think. She goes, okay, so do you have a way to render him near dead, but not dead? She looks at the three of you very quickly and then briefly to Sarah. She's clearly kind of positioned herself in the room that she's almost side on to Sarah, as if she knows she's not really going to be dealing with her. And then she looks at the three of you, and I imagine the looks are kind of blank from each of you. Because I don't think any of you have feigned
I'm not
death.
even sure why we're thinking this is a good idea yet.
Yeah. But yeah, so she looks at you and goes, yes, that's what I thought.
Then I guess I do just summon the image of a dead Eltress on the floor.
Yeah, fair.
Obviously, it's to the best of my ability, but that is the closest thing that I can do.
Okay. I think, like, Cynthia nods to that, like with a tight lip, and goes, okay, that's at least something that doesn't involve him being dead, which would kind of amount to the same thing as becoming their vessel. Arguably, one's less painful. She kind of just gives you a pained smile there, Eltress, through the illusion in between you. And then, but besides that, what makes you think him being dead stops him being the vessel?
I do it again, but now he's cut in half.
This is probably horrible for you, Eltress. Remember, this started off as though you got your own room, you were the chosen one, things were looking up, and now you've got a rat conjuring magical images of you dead.
I'm seeing myself in half. Like,
and just say, leaky bowl hold no soup, yes.
I think Cynthia's just a bit stunned, to be honest. She just goes, right. Anybody else? Looks at Eltress and Vanguard.
I'm not quite sure I understand how giving them the impression that he has died. Let's assume that prevents him from being the vessel. If it does, how does that help us get out of here with the body? Would they not want it anyway? Would they Would they trust us that we weren't involved? Would they?
I think the little one's suggesting that the big one goes the way of the cushion. She motions to the side of Fleabite, where his bag of holding is.
And we seem to leave the body with them.
I guess
How far, Fleabite, can you hold up that illusion of yours?
you see Fleabite having his like light bulb moment, and it also then the image appears to be on fire and like melting away to nothing, but then also say, yes, not far, only not as far as you can run, yes.
Enough to buy us some time. Well. Alright. As I thought. You need to stay fairly close to hold up the illusion.
Nod, we would.
The rest of us potentially should get out before that. The only question, of course, would be how do we keep being discovered? I can change my form. Sarah, perhaps they won't be too worried about where you're going. They might think, what does it matter? We don't know that they've not seen this person do anything particularly interesting, so they won't be too worried about you. No offense.
She gives you like a look that she's about to say something, and then just thinks better of it.
If they saw myself trotting off, they might be a little concerned, given that they know I have. They've seen me invoke the powers of the Great Father, and that perhaps would give them cause to follow me. But I can escape through changing form. Fleabite is a sneaky bugger. But the problem of Eltris remains. So unless we simply leave first, Eltris hides in the bag, and then Fleabite effects a staggered retreat.
I think Cynthia just says, if you are not chosen, they won't care for you.
But they may if they think that something's happened to the chosen.
Correct.
Suppose this is alright for the ones that leave first, then.
She gives like a polite smile to you, and then just kind of sorry look towards Eltris. And she says, yes, unfortunately. And you still have several things in your way between here and safety, unfortunately. I believe you have made an enemy of the Twinans.
That sounds about right.
She nods. Is this the first time Eltris is hearing about that?
Yeah.
So you know the Twinans run, say. So that was who you probably met with first, was Lord Noah Twinan, when you like turned up and was like, I'm here on behalf of like the king of Tork, and but also like, okay, I'll just be sent off to elsewhere. Okay, that's fine. Which is why you ended up at the Watchers in the first place. But yeah, so you're now hearing that they are now essentially fugitives of the head of Evershade. Any feelings about that, Eltris?
No, I'm thinking that the chosen one doesn't sound too bad anymore. Nah, that's not in character. Don't worry.
Sure.
Don't know. I suppose I'm just kind of worried now, obviously, because obviously I have came here for help. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just kind of, yeah.
So yeah, I think as you're like having those, oh dear, I didn't know that. It says, yes, and I believe you have ruined his wedding. She just looks between Vanger and Fleabite at that point, and gestures to Sarah over her shoulder. What's the reaction she's getting from you two?
It was the right thing.
And then, so you just say it was the right thing to do? Hello?
Yeah.
Cool. It just never came through, that was all. So she kind of like smiles and goes, I guess we'll see about that. And then I think you just hear Sarah tut behind her as if, how dare you, you know, like the only reason why she's potentially still alive is because of you guys. So, you know, there's a gratitude there.
Alright. Sarah, perhaps we'd better start moving.
What if possibly the rat is thinking and looking through skill list to see if this is a possibility? I guess I was probably better just to ask, is this a possibility before RPing it and getting it shot down? Fleabite is skilled-ish with poisons.
Okay.
Given like an hour or so, could he attempt to create something that would give the ingester like something similar to feign death?
I think it would all
Like
involve, like, it would involve a roll, obviously.
Obviously.
And
time.
Yep, a roll and time. Yep, and also supplies, right? It would also involve supplies. You could ask for supplies. I think as well, depending on. How do I want to do this?
I did resupply my poisoner's kit from the last time I used it.
Yeah, but that was also to make poisons, not nearly poisons, right? Like, yeah.
I mean, poisons do different things. This is
Is
effectively...
yeah, true. That's why I'm saying it's probably going to be a roll.
Yeah. And that is something I guess it is worth just... It could be a roll that goes badly, and if we've invested time into that, then we...
Into Eltris, you mean? Right? Because this would be you poisoning Eltris.
Yeah.
And I would say that if you're trying to feign death, it needs to be pretty damn close to death. So this would be, if it goes badly, it could kill him. That's the severity of this. So
it could also not do anything. Like, surely it goes...
I mean, you're correct. It could. But, you know, they're
There's
rolling
too many
badly.
ifs and buts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's only with his
Is
life.
And has he really
Is it
had
gonna be
much
a
of a life
issue?
for 5 sessions, you know?
What about the necrotic resistance? Is that going to
Don't worry about you.
be an issue?
Worry about the rat.
Okay.
Yeah, worry about the rat with -1 to intelligence.
Yeah, trying to, like, not kill somebody deliberately? Yeah.
Like, the custom poison that I did already make was designed to make you go to sleep. And this is a advanced form of that, but I do concede all the
yeah,
issues
like,
that
I think
come with it.
probably possible. It's just you have stuff to kill people. Ultimately, that's what your poisons help you do. Because you seem to use the term potion and poison interchangeably. Yes, like the lamp, not the rat.
That's partially because of the way 5e does, and I'm happy to ignore that that's because of 5e, but...
Yeah, it's fine. We know it's a possibility. It's just the risks involved are likely to kill. Yeah. Oh, Vanguard, you can't revivify yet, can you?
Yes, I can.
Did you have a diamond?
No.
Okay. Which is a bit problematic because you get a minute to revive somebody that dies.
I can't do it in this particular instance, but I do have it.
Cool.
Just checking to see if I have a diamond.
I think it's a diamond worth, is it 300 gold? So
I believe that is correct. I can just...
yeah, if you've got something in the nature of that, Fleabite, I mean...
But here's the question: how does the dead for less than a minute actually help us?
Oh, that isn't the case. This was just if he fucks up the feigned death that actually kills Eltris fully. Then you might want the ability to bring him back. That's the only way it'd
It's
be
worth
worth.
300 GP, which the spell consumes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's literally is just in case.
Yeah, it was purely me just trying to remind myself and you guys what the entire
I was
capabilities of
just
the party
wondering
are.
if you were maybe suggesting let's literally kill him.
No.
And then just because that clearly would work.
It
I
was
like it.
No, if you had a longer lasting resurrect, maybe. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's dead. Let us dispose of the body for you. Yes, let's go. Bye bye. But yeah.
The spell. The body can't be missing any body parts.
Well, if you want them back. So, yeah. So I think Cynthia looks around and sees like the help's face and goes, "This is not the best place to linger, unfortunately. I would advise you to come up with something. I would even suggest fighting your way out may be beneficial than relying on the hospitality to extend further than their own uses. I am not without experience in this matter. Trust me." And she gives you like a kind of... She looks to you, Eltris, and she says it, and she gives you like an apologetic look, like she knows you don't trust her. But she's doing her best, you know?
The Covian smile. Oh,
Did you give her like an awkward look back then?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. She looks around and she says, "I can stay with you until you leave this room, essentially."
Do you know any more about shape, width of tunnels? Yes.
She gives you a look, and that look is clearly the answer is yes. And she says, "I don't think the paths I walked would help you. They may have been some time ago, and they might all be..." What's the word she would use? Not collapsed, but... You've passed enough caved-in tunnels. Remember I described it a couple of... Was it the last session or was it 2 sessions ago? Some of the more well-carved places have been caved in, so they've carved through the rock to clearly circumvent them, which is how they've ended up in the sewer system as well. So she's clearly talking about, you know, the original layout of this place. So that's what she conveys in that message. Very eloquently and Cynthia-like.
So, out of character, I sort of see why you want Vanger present, but in character, Vanger doesn't really know that he's to stick around to be the backup in case of death.
Well, technically,
Think
Flavit hasn't, like, he hasn't presented that object yet.
Yeah.
Right? That option, sorry.
I have 10 gems, each worth 100
Yeah.
gold. I don't have a single gem worth.
No, it's not got to be a
gold.
single gem. It says diamonds worth 300 gold.
Okay.
Quickly plural. You know, literal. If we're going to be super literal, it does say diamonds, but you have more than that in value of gems. I actually have a few gems, so I don't think they're worth nearly that much. They're definitely not diamonds. I have to check, but they are.
I think the idea of having a singular diamond worth 300 gold is ludicrous. Anyway, I feel like it would be like a pile of them. Are your gems labelled though, Fleabot? From the loot piles?
What do you mean?
Are they
I
called
thought
like
they were, but I
agate,
don't know.
or are
No,
they like
they're just gems.
just gems? Yeah, that could. So you've got 10 worth 10 each. So we're not
100 each.
100 each. Oh, that's even better. Yeah, so you could fuel the Revivify train. Yeah, I don't think that'd be an issue. You just have to part with them.
We can burn that bridge if we get to it then.
That's what I mean. No, like that's also, I love that because, you know, just the term Malophor came into my brain a couple of weeks ago, and I kind of love it. It's not quite a Malifaux. It's more just the irony the way you use it. But I am fond of the term now, which is just things like the phrase "we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," "we'll burn that bridge when we come to it." Malifaux.
Yes.
I do love it.
It's one of my favourite phrases.
I also feel like it's a really good idea for like a supervillain's name, Malifaux.
Yeah.
Also, the idea that if you can quote in character as that supervillain just wrongly all the time, it's funnier. So,
I guess out of character, the only other spell sort of thing Fleabite could contribute is Expedious Retreat on other people. Just if we are needing to run somewhere quickly.
yeah.
Because that way, Fleabite's already quick. And
Yeah, you're fast. Vanguard can become fast. I think Eltris is... You're quite fast, right, Eltris?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So it's only Sarah. Yeah, exactly. So it's only Sarah that's the slow one here. And Fleabite can make her faster, so that's good. Yeah.
I mean, we're probably just going to reiterate to I suppose we could begin our don't want to say retreat, but escape.
Our exodus, our exit. And she kind of nods and gets herself ready and says, "Goodbye, comfy bed." As she walks over to you, Finger.
And I'll sort of get ready to leave, and I assume you're going to stop me.
Me?
No.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, why would I? The other thing as well is as you and Sarah get ready to leave, Cynthia says, "If you can get her back to her brother, he can get her home safe."
Is her brother under duress, or is he?
She smiles apologetically and she says, "If you can get him out of the city, he can get her home safe."
Of course.
She nods. She kind of smiles at that, right? As if, yeah.
I give her a nod.
And then she turns to you, Fleabite, and she goes,
"Thank you."
She nods politely and gives Sarah a smile, and then turns and looks at Fleabite and says, "Well, friend."
Heckles go up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then the equivalent of raised eyebrow.
Are you ready?
I coin flick a silver to her. Then, if she, I presume she catches it because it's Cynthia.
No, it passes through the illusion. It was Loki the whole time. No, yeah, she catches it. She kind of laughs as she catches it and she goes, "How may I help you?"
I guess I say, appreciate. No, that's not a complete word. You give warning, yes.
She nods. I did. Ah. I see. She looks at the silver in her palm. Looks back at you and she kind of closes her palm around it. She says, "Well, isn't that something?" She gives you a smile. A warm smile. And then pockets the silver. There's just an exchange of respect, There's Fleabite. Massive character development for Fleabite there. And then she says, Until next time. And then she is no longer there.
Ah.
Eltress, how are you feeling about all this? Sorry, you go, Alex.
I was just very quickly. Was there anything else particularly of value in the room? Kleptomaniac.
I don't know, roll investigate.
I was considering taking the blanket when Sarah said last day in a comfy.
I almost had her wrap herself in the blanket when you were saying how, like, Vanger's like, how are we going to get her out of here? I was tempted to have her wrap herself around. That's insight.
So nearly clicked intimidate there.
Also, don't you still add disadvantage on skill checks? Or is that no longer applicable? I think you're still 1 level of exhaustion, yeah. It's the way to do it though, right? I mean, I feel like there's probably fancy looking... It's like maybe a metal, like a shiny metal dish it could be silver. That was probably used for like water for your hands and stuff to clean yourself with like a silver jug next to it. That's probably in the room. You could take that. Just tip out the water. Or drink the water. I know what Fully Bite's like, so you can take that if you want. Yes, no, maybe? Have we lost Alexander? Okay.
I was just trying to see if I have an empty water skin.
So yeah, as you're sort of doing that, I would have been expressing my surprise at probably in vague terms about the disappearance of Cynthia. Well,
I think Sarah like jump on it and go, does that happen a lot to you?
well, that's the first I've seen her do that, but I've seen a lot of things since we came to this city that aye, it's been odd. We should perhaps be going unless you can we assist with this plan? Looking at whatever Lee Bites up to, because I thought if we left first, we wouldn't attract suspicion.
Leave first and go where?
That's a good question, but leave second and go where?
Or leave together and break out together?
Sarah just
aye.
sighs and goes, but it's this one, Eltress, that's the complication, I hear. She gives you like an apologetic smile, Eltress.
Suppose I just say, use all saved my hide back there, and I'll do my best to protect you if we're going to fight our way out or whatever we choose to do.
And then Sarah goes, that's not a terrible plan, actually. And she just looks at everybody as if, well, just get it.
Aye.
What if he hides? And then they go looking for him. And then we leave.
Then they are out in front of us.
She looks and goes, didn't you say there was many ways under here to go?
There is many of them, yes.
If there are many of them having to search many ways, if we bumped into them, it would be one of them, maybe two. Right? She gives you like a eager smile.
See your point, but on the other hand,
She takes a step back and she goes, puts her hands up, apologizes, goes, I'm just trying to help. I'm not a strategist. But it seems like they want him. not us. But if we leave, he's screwed. So we kind of need to deal with that. She waves vaguely at Eltris. Now, I imagine if
I
he
say
hid.
that I like her plan.
Okay.
Give her a little nod. Yeah. Green nod.
Oh, okay.
Wink.
I suppose if we're going along with the plan, it'd be best if everyone was bored.
I mean, by all means, come up with a better plan. It's just, if they are looking for, well, their chosen one, I imagine they'd be quite eager to get him back, and thus they would search far and wide underneath the city if need be. But surely us avoiding a scattered group would be easier than us trying to sneak past all of them in the one room.
Yes, I see where you're coming from, but Eldris, how well can you hide in this place?
How well can any of us hide?
Quite well.
Good question. See, the thing is, like, obviously, we've got a rat with us, and then someone that can shapeshift, like, and then Thor, you know. So,
You can say it's Rocket, okay?
Yeah.
Sadly, there was no shape-shifting Avenger with them. So basically, Ant-Man is what we're working with at the moment for Vanger, and then there's Thor. Okay, so that's our three that we've got. We've got Rocket, Ant-Man, and Thor. Right.
Like, Fleabite does.
I'm just going to say.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's just that Fleabite does consider using disguise kits to try and dress him up, but doesn't think we'd get very far.
See, out of character, right? I do have my stealth does have like a 1, which isn't very high, but you know, it could be worth a shot.
Not a negative.
Or rolling at disadvantage.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So
I mean, Sarah raises a good point, right? You could be sneaky about it and try and fake them out. That would at least reduce their numbers if he's got into a fight. Cynthia's point was mostly just get out. That was it. And yeah, you do have options. As I said, it's a shame you don't have a polymorpher with you, because you would need the 8 levels to be in one class for that, and access to the spell, of course, as well, because that would help, because then you could just polymorph Eltris into something. Is there anything your abilities from your classes give you, Colin, that you could do to Eltris to
I don't think so.
that isn't cursing him to take double damage, essentially? Because I know that one. I know that one quite well.
Really don't know if I have anything that I could do to aid in this, to be honest with you.
But to be fair, you're mostly solving you as a problem, which is good, right?
But yeah, I can take one thing off of the board in terms of something I can't find. But again, like, I don't even know if I even want to do that with the current plan. I don't think that's necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if you're able to just walk out, right?
Yeah, I really don't think I have. I mean, I have various things that can help someone who's very close to dead, or actually is dead. I've got an option for that too. Very tight time period, but got it. But in terms of actually hiding people, nah, I got nothing.
Mm-hmm. So, what is the plan? Keep in mind, you don't need to leave just because Cynthia said. I'm just going to highlight that. It's just because she turns up and says she doesn't like these people.
think that's somewhat up to Eltris. Like, if Eltris decides that he's okay with it, then then we stay.
I'm happy to get out.
Bravely
Happy to leave as quickly as we come in.
Are you going to try and look for an exit out of the city, though? Or are you going to try and exit back in the way you come in?
Definitely not the way we came in. That would be insane.
Okay, so not back to
I
like the...
suppose if we went the way we came in, like, all those guys are already dead.
No, we'd be marching directly back into where we don't want to go. Sorry, that's insane. Why would we do that? That's the one.
I think
place
what
we really
Vanger
don't
means
wanna
is
go.
the city of Evershade.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh,
this
right,
is
sorry, I
literally
was
where we
about
want
the-
to not be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Not to be too blunt about it, but like, yeah, that would be exactly the opposite of what we want to do. So I'm against.
Well, that's the way I'm going. No, I'm joking.
Marches off with
Well,
lightning. Yeah. Yeah, so you've obviously got that as an option. It just, the only thing with the plan though, Vanger, is that you know that Cantor is in the city. So the hope is that if you can get out of the city with Sarah, remember she said this last time, I think it was, if he realizes the pull is coming from outside the city now, maybe he'll just go and investigate that. Which hopefully will work. So that isn't terrible, right? You don't really have a reason to go back to the city based on that combo, right? That makes sense to me.
We are in the wrong side of the city for getting closer to the Batcave, though.
By that you mean the underside of the city, yes, as opposed to the top side.
I have a vague recollection that we're in like the north.
User kind of
Center.
No, user in the center. Remember the
yeah.
So currently user north of where you were, because the center was the big chamber with the pool.
That's true.
And you were about an hour away, or whatever it was, a walk away. It was about an hour north of that. So you are in the north of the city at the moment. That seems to be where you are. And as you know, the north of the city is less well kept. So I mean, if Fleetbite could turn into a drilling device, arguably if you just found the Thacky estate, you could dig up to it. Right? So that was like on the edge of the north of town. So that was in the last part before it became like declined in terms of upkeep. And that's where Cantor's bangle was drawn, or like what's her face, Sarah's bangle was drawn to. So yeah.
I kind of think we just sort of blag our way through, just start walking.
And Eltris?
If any of their, with Eltris, and if any of their sentries are like, halt, who goes there? We're just like, we're just going for a walk. We'll be back in like an hour. And then we don't.
So yeah. Okay. So your plan is to hope you can just walk past him with Eltris.
He's the chosen one. One needs a walk.
Just going out for some fresh air, that's all.
You have other options, right? So you could wait until the next day, trying to lie low, because obviously Monday will be the day of hell, because it's the wedding day. So it's literally the whatever Tonan is doing about potentially realizing his wife is missing. Will probably be happening now. So you can imagine the city and the surrounding area is probably not safe, based on if you think he's discovered that yet or not. There was always the speaking to the pool of blood again to learn more, right? But you wanted to do that on the next day to try and like rest, as it were. Although, like, you don't specifically feel any fatigue, do you, from that, Eltris? There was no like specific drain to that. That was just, a Lardin being like, yes, it's best to, pace this. He's obviously studied film.
Yeah.
Um,
It was all mainly emotional, no physical.
So you can speak to the Pool of Blood again. Arguably, the Pool of Blood is at least an hour away from where you are now, which is something, right? So it depends what direction you want to go in. That is south. You probably only go like another hour north to get out of the city from where you are, give or take tunnels. There's just no guarantee you'll get out, right? Because obviously maintaining sewers in a non-maintained part of the city is not likely. So, yeah, that's the thing, and you know tunnels have collapsed already. You'll need to make a decision. Is it wait it out or take action now? And you know Eltress doesn't want to stay, so that's fine. But at what point does Eltress leave?
I've already made to leave like twice.
I know. It's just the others. So like the Fleabite and because remember Fleabite said let's leave together as opposed to individually. So I think we go back to Eltress to see what his plan is out of all the options.
I say that firstly, I didn't know you guys were fugitives. That's a bit of a surprise. But I say we leave together and we leave as soon as possible. But if we get out here alive, I need to get caught up on everything that you've done.
I think Sarah looks at you thinking, is there more than just rescuing me that I have to be aware of?
I don't believe so.
He just starts counting on his paws.
And then Sarah looks at you, Eltress, and says, I vouch for them. They are defending me. They're the reason I will live through this nightmare. And as for their past sins, who are you to judge them?
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's good enough for me, Sarah.
She nods and she goes, I'm sure you all have blood on your hands for various justifiable reasons that men justify, but this isn't exactly the time to be weighing our sins, is it?
Indeed.
I just would like to have a sense of plan if we're going to. We have just been told by a mysterious disappearing and reappearing woman that we will not be allowed to easily leave. So I suspect that just hoping that we will might not work.
Do any of you contain, or possess, that's a better word, possess the ability to make him go unnoticed? She waves vaguely at Eltress. And really that's a question for Colin. Do you have any spells that you could sleep to get that would help in this situation?
Christ.
Because then that means
I would have to check druid spells, which I will do, but bluntly,
you can assume level 1 is no, obviously, because there probably isn't an invisibility spell level 1 other than Pass Without Trace, maybe, which might be a first or second.
I mean, maybe Cleric has something.
But you would need something that would be obviously obscuring enough.
He like just casts like a barrier in front of him.
Sadly, Sorcerer, Warlock, and Wizard get darkness, so you can't just turn the lights out and run. Let's see, what else we got? Invisibility Instinct's a 3rd level spell, I think, or is it 2nd? And who gets that? It's invisibility. The second level spell, and everybody but you. Artificers, bards, sorcerers, warlock, wizards.
Yeah,
So no clerics or druids.
I can do Feign Death though.
Interesting. Let's see.
I would lose Revivify in the doing it, but I can take Feign Death.
True. Lasts an hour. Suppose though, do you then think?
I don't think they'll let us have the body, so
Hmm.
I don't necessarily see the wisdom of doing it.
Yeah, it tends to be feign my death on this person's body is really what you need, and then you
No,
need
no, I can do it on other people.
No, I mean you would need to be able to feign his death onto somebody else's body for
I
you
don't
to
know what
all
you mean,
escape,
sorry.
leaving a fake
so-
his dead body.
Right, alright, you mean, yeah, like create like an illusion. Yeah.
No, I mean literally getting a cultist you can just feign his death upon, and then making them see that, yeah, as opposed to it being an illusion as such, making it tangible, just in case they did anything to the body after it died. But feign death's at least an option that you could get if you slept for that, yeah. Yeah.
Really don't see that I have.
Besides that, it's mostly just you guys are going to have to do like a group stealth to get out, and if you want to go out in teams, or a group as such, I think going individually is, as Fleabite said, maybe a bad idea.
Can I get past without trees? Can I get second level druid? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I think I can, can't I?
How many levels are you of that class? Sorry,
Yeah, I'm only 2 levels of it, but
I
can
don't think so. If you're 2 level, I think you need to be 3 levels to get level 2 magic.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, I did
Uh,
initially think I couldn't get it for whatever reason. I'll check that though.
You could sort of split up in that.
Yeah, I can.
Banger and Sarah go ahead, and that way, if they
yeah,
come
like
up to any of their
scouts essentially.
section, yeah, and then they can just let us know.
Yeah, we mentally contact you, so
Yep. You do
not
have,
like we wouldn't find each other fairly easily.
you've still got the ability to use psychic phones, right?
Mhm.
Um,
I would probably re-up it as soon as
You'd
we
need
leave.
to. You'd need to. I think it's done. Because I think it was only an hour you got last time of it. But yeah, it is possible at least by an hour of chatting minimum, right? Which is good. To go somewhere. It really is just exploring the dark north, right? I assume that's where you want to go as opposed to south towards the city.
I think that makes sense. Yes, yeah.
Mm.
Although, sort of like we really don't know this place well enough to know which is the most efficient route out. But so
It's probably why Fleabite's the best at going first, sadly. And relaying back to everybody.
Yeah, I mean that's still doable.
Just Fleabite has the literal fucking map of the city in his brain. Thanks to his background.
maybe you could talk us through it while we move.
Not a terrible plan. It can just be I mean, Fleabite could take Sarah, I suppose. That
Mhm.
leaves Vanger and Eltress in case something goes wrong.
Okay, so my question is, right? He takes Sarah ahead, leaves Sarah somewhere, comes back. Isn't that massively lengthening the amount of time?
Why would he come back? He can just guide you psychically.
How are we getting?
It involves stealth.
Yeah.
Timing.
So that Fleabite's going forward, or Fleabite and Sarah are going forward, and we can sort of try and chart a clear way without having to look like we are necessarily charting a clear way.
Okay, I can see that.
It just gives one like free life on the
Uh-huh.
if checked by Sentry.
Because remember, this place isn't teeming with watchers.
And in that case, it might just be better for Fleabite to go on his own.
Can we get Eltrus into the bag temporarily? Yeah, is that something we can?
For 10 minutes, yes. Before he suffocates.
Really?
I feel like even the 10 minutes would potentially be quite beneficial
Yeah. No, fair.
because that's a hell of a lot more than Vanguard can give him.
Mhm.
Which is precisely nothing, right?
Fleabag, how fast can you move with Expedient Retreat?
Expedient retreat does nothing to me.
Right, okay. Is that just, does it let you do the dissing, is it moving is it dash as a bonus action, is that what it does?
I already have that. So.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was, yeah. Okay.
But I can give it to other people.
No, the reason I was saying that is obviously anything that can increase your speed means you can get further in 10 minutes. That's why. It was mostly the how to make you faster.
Yeah. I guess the only thing is and I'm not sure what we ruled on this. Nope, that's the wrong one. It's that speed is doubled.
Right,
No, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, the only reason why you're able to be the scout in any way useful is because you have that background. That's the only reason why you'd work as a scout, whereas everybody else would just be like walking into dead-end tunnels and stuff. And you might still hit dead ends. That's the problem. The good thing is, if you have to backtrack, having him in the bag for 10 minutes at a time, as long as you refill it with air, you're fine, you know? So, which won't take any time at all, quite frankly. Opening it and leaving it open while he climbs in and out should be fine. Which means you can do course corrections in 10 minutes. It should be reasonable.
Okay. Yeah, no, that opens things up a lot more if I can have him in the bag. I hadn't considered that.
Which is surprising, because Cynthia did say, I'm sure that was your plan.
Yeah, I thought he would die. I thought.
No, they're saying, I think it's like per creature, it's divided 10 minutes divided by per creature, I think, is what it says on Bag of Holding. So.
That to be the truth, so I will not investigate further.
Do you not have this on your character sheet? No. A Bag of Holding. Yeah, it is a... Where are we? Because this is the roughly 2 feet in diameter mouth and 4 feet deep thing. And obviously, luckily, Eltrus doesn't exceed 64 cubic feet, which is good. Breathing creatures inside the bag can survive a number of minutes equal to 10 divided by the number of creatures, minimum 1 minute. After each time they begin to suffocate.
So, Eltrus, you will be relying on me being able to accurately
begin to suffocate, right? As well, it's not just like 10 minutes.
Yeah, suffocate's it's a condition and stuff. Like there's a process to suffocating. Not that that's just something you really want to be talking about, is it? It's not a comfort.
I have to assume that, like, it's not going to happen instantly with a barbarian who probably has pretty decent. I can't remember your stats off the top of my head, but yeah, you've probably got, something in con, I would hope.
So, suffocation, right? A creature can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its con modifier. Minimum 30 seconds, right? So, when a creature runs out of breath or is choking, can survive for a number of rounds, which is obviously 6 seconds, equal to the con modifier, minimum 1. What's your con mod?
3.
Right, so you'd get, what's that, 18 seconds? Before you would drop to 0 and begin dying.
It's not ideal.
Yeah. It's not ideal, but it is at least more time. What's your con number, sorry? So
Mine's so it's 16, yeah.
Okay, so for example, a creature with a con of 14 can hold its breath for 3 minutes. If it starts suffocating, it has 2 rounds to reach air before it drops to 0, is according to the example underneath suffocating. I'll dump that in our Discord. But you could just type in suffocating to the rules and get it equally to it. Let me dump that here. Always fun. So, is that the plan then? Because it sounds now like Eltris is going with Fleabite, and Sarah and Vanger are falling behind, or is it just going to be the three of you walking with him in the bag? And I hope that you can find 10-minute like intervals to let him out to breathe.
I kind of thought, because if they find him missing, that's going to be a concern, right? But if they find us missing, that's not. That was why I was sort of thinking
Mm-hmm.
For us to go first. But I do appreciate, that we are not as skilled as Fleabite in wayfinding.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I've got some skills that are relevant, but I'm certainly nowhere near as good.
It's purely the comparison of what would be above based on what you're seeing below as well. That's what like the City Secrets just gives Fleabite. So yeah. He's got the heads up detective vision, you know. So yeah. We need a plan, guys. Because we're just in a room talking about a plan, and I don't want 4 sessions of this like we had with the opera. And the heist. Because that went really well though.
Yeah, exactly. That worked last time, so you have to do it. I think I see now more value in Vanger's suggestion of if they get the head start, and then Fleabite can catch up with them a lot better, and since they don't need to be.
You say head start
stealthy.
though, but they don't know what way to go.
Yeah, but he'll be in her head. That's how it's a head start.
But he hasn't been there to go that way. Does that make sense? He'll need to be the scout. He needs to be the one in front to actually go north. You can go south because you have been that way. So Vanger, you could take her back to the city exit. But to try and scout a northern exit, it needs to be Fleabite that's first. You would just be walking blind into tunnels. I say blind loosely.
Right.
Right?
I mean, if we would only have to make a little bit of progress because they wouldn't instantly be looking for someone as soon as we go, right? Not like we would have to be evading them immediately. It wouldn't really be until someone had noticed.
You wouldn't know that though, right? Because you wouldn't know where they were. Same with Fleabite though, but Fleabite will have a better way of navigating. As I said, Fleabite can navigate with ease. You would be probably, well, you're going to be disadvantaged regardless, but yeah, it's going to be, the DC for you will be much higher than it will be for Fleabite, put it that way.
Sure. But the problem I think I have is that if we are the ones who are left behind and Eltris is gone, who says he let us leave?
I never said MD had to be left behind. I did say you could always go together. And just hope they just don't go looking.
You said that was the only option.
Uh-huh.
I said if it's going to be that way, then.
You could always pad the bed.
We could always put all 3 of you into the bag.
I mean,
that only gives us
less time. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
No, there is no need for me at the very least to be in it because cat. Like, if I really need to invade the protection for a while, I'll become a cat.
So yeah, but we will need a plan. I don't really mind what way round it is, but at least you know what you're up against.
I will. You know what? I am down for whatever. I will buy into any which plan. I do think. I understand that obviously he is a much better scout, but I also see I see advantages to not immediately alerting them, or not immediately creating the potential for them to be alerted. Because he can't notice he's gone if he isn't gone yet.
True.
So that is my view. But
I mean, likewise, use 3. Could you sit in the room and let Fleabite do the entire journey himself to get a route? Right? There is that too.
time constraints, though, is that.
I mean, we're running out of the Sunday as it is, so it's irrelevant because you aren't looking to stay in the city, right? So for Mr. Grumpy Scotsman, Fleabite can make an illusion, but it's like 60 foot, I think. And how long does it last for?
30 foot and just concentration.
Is it 30 for silent image?
Yeah, I think so.
Range is 60, concentration for 10 minutes, so do you need to be within a certain range of it at all times, though, or can you just leave it? Because you might be able to just wander off from it for 10 minutes. Let's see. Doesn't count blah blah blah, alters appearance, image, create and move it, physical interaction, pass through, examine, blah 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 blah. I think it's as long as you're conjuring, you could just go away from it. It does say range 60 foot, but it doesn't say you need. I assume that's when you're casting it, it needs to be within the 60 foot.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily say you need to stay within 60 feet to maintain it. So you could make it and then leave. And 10 minutes is also how long he can breathe for. So that would time when he's going to suffocate, because you know when your spell would end. There you go. Maybe you just have to leave illusions behind to time that every time. It's not a good idea. So
But it is an idea.
it is an idea, it's just going to be further distracting for Fleabite, that's the only problem. Concentrating isn't something you want to be doing unless you have to. But
I
yeah,
like the idea of leaving the illusion behind.
it is a strong idea.
It buys us some time.
Yep.
Mhm.
I think the illusion only really would hold up from a distance, though. And if for all they know he's just in his room, they come to check the room, then the illusion's not going to hold up.
Mm-hmm. But it's
Whereas
still
if
10 minutes of maybe, right? It
If they
is.
see him in his bed and they don't investigate any further because it's very clearly him,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if they knock on the door and open the door and see him lying on the bed, they might not go to wake him up. And if they do, they'll very quickly touch the bed, but that's only if they're willing to touch the chosen one. So yeah, there is still a potential 10 minutes. But likewise, you also want to be as far away from possible in that 10 minutes, so hopefully they're not going to be at the room in that period of time, regardless. It is tricky. Distraction was mentioned earlier as well. You could just do something somewhere else.
how confident is Eltris in lying?
And lying.
I think that's a tricky way of asking what your charisma score is.
It was mainly
is.
if he went to be like, oh wow, I'm so tired, I'm going to go for a sleep until tomorrow. I hope no one wakes me up. Says that very loudly. I'm the big important chosen one. I would sure just murder anyone that wakes me up in the morning. You know how cranky I get.
So
Basically that.
I will say I've
I love
only got like a 1 in my charisma, right? But if there's anything, I've got and I think it's because of the barbarian, maybe, I don't know, but I've got a 4 in intimidation. Could I just intimidate people not to wake me up?
That's what he was kind of getting at.
Yeah, well, I've got a 4 to intimidation.
So, you could easily go to the Watchers and ask for something to eat before bed, right? That is a thing. And then that way you just can do that. Obviously, if they incite it, they might see it's lies, but that's assuming they would question you, right?
Mhm.
If he is grumpy in the mornings, and
Let's not get into the if train, right? The simpler version of this is literally just establishing you're turning in for the night by getting foods is the simplest way through that plan without complicating it with 20 dice rolls of deception and insights. Like, it wouldn't be amiss to get supper, right?
Yeah.
Definitely not. Just hope they don't then come back for the plates or any shit like that. But yeah, you could easily ham that up by saying, okay, big day tomorrow, obviously going to talk to the big man again, blah blah blah. Like, yeah, you could do loads of stuff like that. It's up to you, really. So we do have options. As I said, distraction, as I mentioned earlier, was mentioned before that. You could easily do something elsewhere. Like, Fleabite could easily run off in the other direction in the city and create Eltrises. maybe he got cold feet and ran away. Just be super obvious about it. Fleabite being one of the fastest obviously helps. Again, a bit like, I think that was mostly Fleabite's suggestion on the back of Cynthia's original plan. Or at least maybe Sarah's plan as well, I guess, which was the, if they're all out looking for him, wouldn't it be easier to avoid them? So, yeah. The one thing you can guarantee is the old man isn't exactly going to run through tunnels looking for him.
But he promised me the world.
I don't know if that's true.
Nah, it's not.
Like, I feel that's a lie.
I bet the day when you come looking for me though.
Oh dear. Don't know, Eltris, you're the one that kind of needs to make the decision here, I think, because you're the guy in peril, according to Cynthia. So this is kind of you need to kind of take charge here, buddy, I'm afraid.
Me? Oh no.
You're a bloody
Sorry.
soldier. Like, this is your... Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to go in the bag.
This doesn't sound like taking charge. Okay?
Yeah.
It sounds like hiding in a bag.
I just want to go in the bag. Oh, so many great ideas.
Where are there?
So,
I'm
Mr.
trying to
Grumpy
build you
Scotsman,
guys
I
up.
think you missed the part where they had to fight a blood giant, and loads of cultists. But yes, that's the only danger, is fighting the guy who made the blood giant. Besides that, it's just more problems. Just replying to chat. Just what's the harm in getting caught besides pissing people off?
Yeah, blood giants are the real harm.
It's a friend you make along the
Um,
way. Sorry, they're made of your friends along the way. That was it, yeah. Terrible. But yeah, Eltris, what's the plan you're going with? Tell the gang the plan.
Oh, out of character, what do you want the plan to be?
No, come on. It's your characters on the line here. Everybody else has ways out. Even Sarah's convinced she can just walk out. So
Right. Okay. So I'm convinced that everyone can walk out apart from myself, right? Because obviously Cynthia was saying that, right? That she was like, you could just leave. It was me that was the issue. So I say we resume next week, and thanks for watching. No,
nice try.
I say I'll go find some watchers, put it in their head that I'm going to sleep for the night. In that sense, they won't come to bother us. Fleabite does the illusion. I jump in the bag, and off we pop.
North or south?
North.
Okay, there's a plan.
That is indeed a plan. And you're going as a team?
Don't know if somebody else can decide that.
Well,
I mean, I don't see an issue with it, if I'm honest. Like, if
sure.
Fleabite and Vanguard and Sarah aren't needed, obviously Cynthia was saying that, that they could probably easily walk out. So it's up to you if you want to leave the team, but I don't see an issue with it.
It is, as chat said, a solid plan. And it is a plan, I will state, which is better than not having a plan. Any objections from Vanguard or Fleabite?
No, I'm with
Yep,
it. I think
yep.
what I would do though is I would probably shift into like a cat or something to stalk along with them, just so it's maybe they don't look like everyone but Eltris is going. Maybe they go and the dwarf's still with him.
Or maybe something smaller that would be on Fleabite's person as opposed to then like a cat.
I see. The reason I keep on going for cat is that A, cats are inherently funny, and B, no one ever questions a cat being a place because that's what they do. You go walk into your house and someone else's cat's there, and you just go, "Yeah, fuck off, pal." It's not like "Oh my god, you came into my house! How dare you!" You just go, "Yeah, it's a cat. Of course it did." That's what they do. They go places that they're not meant to. they just do all the time.
It's when you
The
learn
kind
that
of
Evershadow's
I love
never
them.
had cats, and it's like anyway. Yeah.
They're anarchy. You go over to somebody else's house and you go, "Why is my cat at yours?" Seriously, yeah. So but again, like, yes, you're right. I could definitely turn into like a rat or something and scramble up in Fleabite's back. Probably just go, "Oh, the rat man he's multiplying." Somebody's exposed into water after midnight on a Tuesday or whatever the rules were. So yeah, you know what? Actually, I like that idea. How does Fleabite feel about that?
That's probably fine. If you meet any friends, just do yourself.
Okay.
And I guess Eltris could add to his like weaving of his story that that like Fleabite and Sarah will be leaving later. Just to add some legitimacy to that. They have business to attend to.
Yeah.
Blink. I put it in the chat just so that it's. And before he does that, he will say, because he wouldn't just do it. That'd be rude. So the Fleabite, I hope if you don't mind carrying a passenger, and then I imagine there's not really a poof like that seems a bit like a wizardy way to do things.
That feels more polymorphy, doesn't it?
Yeah. More just like he almost like drops down into a rat shape, like
yeah, it feels more shape-shifty.
Yeah. And then he'll scramble up you and like perch on your back somewhere.
I can't find the gift.
Rat stats somewhere. Here we go. Rat stats.
Surely the moment in Harry Potter when Peter Pettigrew changes into a rat is basically that.
So I am aware of your Harry Potters.
So
simply,
are you gonna let Eltris go and do his good night chat first before you use all these powers, or?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair.
It's okay. It's okay. We can pause on that. We can have that scene in a moment.
It's an hour.
So, Eltris, you want to go looking for a Larden?
I hold Eltris from leaving just yet, and I run up to the water dish, pour the water into my the two empty potion bottles I got from last time, and then give him that to be like, maybe you need water, yes.
Yes, that would be a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's like an empty jug you gave him? Is that what you gave him? Or?
Yeah. Giving him a prop.
A prop.
I just wanted clarification, that was all. Your audio is never great, you know this. Yep. No. Doesn't help when you do that probably either, to your actual keys. But yeah, so Eltris, you're armed with a jug. You head off to go find a Larden, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe after...
I'm actually a little bit worried about leaving this room by myself, but yeah, that's
it. Walking with your jug held tight.
Yeah.
I have the strangest feeling something is about to happen that won't be pleasant, but I've been wrong before.
Damn, it's just struck me.
Once.
Yeah. So, as you're walking through the corridors, obviously you're passing watchers with their masks on, and they very quickly just like with reverence, like stand to the side and let you pass. Definitely feeling noble here, right? You're definitely feeling empowered, as it were, respected, revered even, and yeah, you head into the room. I guess it's with all the cushions and stuff, like where you met a Larden the last time. I assume. Unless you're just going to make a run for it now and say, fuck those guys.
Well, I'm thinking, like, they're all standing out my way anyway, so I feel like I've got an easy escape.
Yeah.
No, I'll go for the room with the cushions. Let's go to the room with the cushions.
Yeah. As you get closer, you hear voices like two people in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You get closer. You're starting to think, whose voice is that? That sounds familiar. And then you get into the room. Do you like make an awkward hello, or do you just walk in? What's the?
Is it like a door that I'm going through, or is it
No,
like
this
just like
this
kind
is
of like?
it's just caves, and there's like some fancy, as I said, curtains made of silk, various silks and stuff.
Okay, yeah, just I suppose just like a cough then, and like yeah, just a. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and you look up, and you see Alardin smiling gleefully at your like arrival. He goes, "Perfect. Come in. This is good timing. Yes, I was just telling Lord Tunan of your trial that you passed." And then the camera pans up to the significantly taller Lord Tunan, smiling in his shit-eating grin that he wears so well, saying, "Yes, this new chosen one, I see, for the Blood Prince. Is that correct?" And then we go to break there. So yeah.
You just sent a virus in the Discord.
Yeah, I just saw it pop up. I was like, "What, you missed that?"
Okay, Lord Tanan, that makes sense.
So we'll take
You're
our
not
break here.
convincing me that he isn't a vampire.
I know, right? Right, we'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. BRBs. again. Yeah, perfect. So welcome back to part 2 of session 50 of the invasion. Yeah. 12th of March. No, that's May. Fuck, May. That's the one. May. Not March. 12th of May. 2021. I'm Ryan the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Tom, otherwise known as Eltrus, the Barbarian Elf, and I am in danger.
Good evening, my name is Alexander Bain, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, and I am the danger.
Wow, full name as well.
That name slips through. I think I saw my name very recently, and it's just my name.
Hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Priesty Druid guy.
Aye. So, we open up on Eltrus.
Okay. So just before we do it, I just want to make sure, because I think we mentioned this in the first half as well. Due to my background, I would have met Lord Tonan before, yeah?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you'll know
That's-
Lord Tanan.
Yeah.
He in TI chat looks like this. Only
Oh,
dressed
hello.
very much like a noble.
I mean, cool.
Hey, he's a good looking
Nice.
boy.
He is, isn't he?
Mhm.
I was looking in a mirror for a second. Apart from everything. Cool.
See, I'm
So,
laughing at
yeah,
that joke. See?
Thank Thank you.
Ryan's going for the hair.
Oh dear. What was that, sorry?
I see that Ryan's emulating the hair.
I wish my hair looked that lush, quite frankly. I thought I had a handout that I could have shown people. If I do this, what happens? Nothing. Oh no, there he is. I'll zoom in, just for the folks at home. There he looks there, like he's a chisel boy. So yes, definitely the type of person you'd like to punch because they know they're in charge. But yes, so very well dressed. Clearly dresses like he knows he owns the city. Owns? Oh, yeah, owns. Yeah. And he just gives you a polite look like these are being introduced for the first time.
I think I was just going to say, kind of start off with a greet and just say, Lord Tanan, give a little nod to him, almost like a kind of half bow. But with somewhat kind of surprise in my face, and just kind of say, what brings you down to the sewers?
No. I think, like, Noah and Alardin look at each other at that, and then look at you, and it's probably creepy as hell, the way they do it. And then he walks forward, Noah. He walks forward to you. And like he walks with a cane as well, but he clearly doesn't need it, it's just clearly a prop. Much like your jug that you're clutching.
Yeah,
And
or Willy Wonka's cane.
yeah, and then he kind of like uses it to gesture towards you, and he goes, "Such lack of respect for what you're about to undertake, wouldn't you say, Alardin?" And as if he was posing it to you and waits till you like part your lips to answer, and he turns and says, "Wouldn't you say, Alardin?" Like clearly he was baiting you with a question. And then Alardin kind of like rubs his hands as he always does nervously and like shuffles forward and goes, "Even the finest of statues are rough stone once, Lord Tanan." He nods. As if like that's his way of apologising to the situation. You can definitely tell the power dynamic here is that like Alardin definitely respects this young lord.
Mm-hmm.
Like he kind of turns around and smiles at you with his perfect teeth. All actual teeth this time. nodules. And he looks you up and down and says, "Well, you look healthy enough, that's for sure." And he just walks around you like he's assessing you.
Thank you.
And then he stands in front of you again and he goes, "So you're going to be the vessel, then?"
Yeah, so they say, yes.
Well, what do you say? Surely you have words of your own. He looks down at the fact that you're still like clutching this jug, and he just like picks it up with a gloved hand by like the the neck of it, and then just like hands it to the side where one of the acolytes quickly run out and grab it from him and like walk away. This guy's clearly used to having servants, even though he just expects the people around him to attend him.
I suppose I'll just kind of say to him, yeah, I'm happy to serve, and looking forward to tomorrow to the meeting the Blood Prince again.
Ah, so you've spoke already. His eyes narrow when he says that as well.
We briefly spoke. We had a brief moment at the mirror.
He smiles. And what did you learn?
That he is our savior? No. I'm trying to think what I did learn. I'm trying to think how the conversation even went with the Blood Prince.
Feel free to talk to your fellow players. I don't mind if you want to have a wee player agency moment and have a chat with them.
Then do you remember what he said? Did I learn anything? I can't remember.
Do you want to give him a...
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I just remember some stuff about reflection. Seemed rather vague.
Yeah. I suppose I'll just say to him, all I learned was that I'm to be the vessel for the Blood Prince, but the conversation only lasted merely a minute or so.
He starts like tapping a finger off his bottom lip. He goes, "A pity, yes." He's still like looking you up and down. As if he's like having thoughts he's not sharing. And then he says, "Well, you don't seem too excited about the prospect."
I believe the nerves are overwhelming the excitement.
"Yes, I can imagine," he says, like with no emotion. And then he says, "Yes, I'm dealing with somewhat of a case of the nerves myself. I have a big day tomorrow myself too, you see." He smiles, like as if remembering something fondly, He goes, "But no matter, this is a big day for you, I'm sure. And I'm sure you're in good hands with Alardin."
Yeah, yep. He has been looking after me. Yes, definitely.
He will take good care of you, I'm sure. But forgive me, I was interrupting you both. Until next time, Alardin. And he just leaves.
Oh, thank God. No, I'm joking. I suppose I'll just kind of look over at Alarden and say, I apologise for interrupting the conversation you were having or your meeting. I'll just come in to see if we could get maybe some more water and maybe some bread.
Yes, I'll have many things brought to your room, don't worry.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to just turn in for the night and just get ready for the big day tomorrow. If that's okay with yourself, you don't need me for anything else tonight, do you?
As I said, I'll send people along with the bread and the water for you. And your guests? And he kind of like waves vaguely as if, is this just for you or is this for everybody?
I appreciate the thought, but I think my friends will be leaving tonight. They were planning on just kind of leaving. They have stuff to attend to, and I will just be in my room.
Okay, do you want to roll the deception check?
Do I have to?
I mean,
Is deception?
well, he isn't turning in for tonight, so yes, it's a lie.
Yeah.
His plan is to escape.
So deception, yeah. Here we
Mhm.
go.
It's pretty damn good. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes,
Not bad, not bad.
we've done it. I'm joking.
So his replies, Your friends are leaving you. Don't they wish to witness the ritual tomorrow?
I'm not sure if I'm honest with you, Larden. They have things to attend to, and yes, yes, I think they just have some important things going on.
He kind of nods. He goes, yes, quite disappointing though. Don't worry, you'll make better friends. I'll be sure of that. And just pats you on the arm.
I appreciate that. Just and then a little smile.
I won't make you roll deception again, don't worry. You can.
Okay, thanks. That wasn't a real smile.
So do you head back to the room?
Yeah. Let me just go back. Yeah.
So yeah, you head back. You do realise though that he said he's going to send people with stuff to the room. Though, so that's a thing. But yeah, you get back to the room. Maybe there's just that scene of you closing the door and leaning against it and exhaling. Maybe.
Yeah.
How did it go?
Yes. So got some good news and some bad news.
You lost your jug, Sarah says.
Yes, the jug is it's coming back. Alardon has advised that he's going to send some food to the room. However, he wasn't alone. He was with Lord Tonan. Lord Tonan.
I think Sarah just immediately like sharpens up posture wise immediately, and like definitely rabbit in the headlights visuals here. Of her being like, say it again. My husband to be, my would be murderer, is here.
Yes, indeed. He did leave, but I'm not sure if he's still around somewhere.
She's just like mouth open, her eyes like searching like the floor constantly as if panicking.
Perhaps I could go out for a quick scout around in a more discreet form. That would, unfortunately, that would mean that I wouldn't be able to do it again terribly soon. I'd need a thorough rest before I could pull that trick again. But I could do a once over for any sign of him, if that would make you more comfortable, Sarah.
Would it not raise suspicion if he... She shrugs, as if looking for words that she's clearly not getting because she's clearly panicking. Like to like breathe heavily and stuff as well.
He won't spot me. I'll make sure I'm back before well.
Yeah, and her eyes are just searching the floor constantly, and then she looks at Fleabit and she goes, Do you think we could both travel in the bag?
For less, but yes.
And she looks up at Yuvanger and she says, I don't think we should wait on the food. I think we should leave as soon as we can. Oh no. Why would he be here? If not for me.
For the Watchers, presumably.
You think he is connected?
I think he's connected to everything in this city.
She like sits on the bed, just autopilots. They sit on the bed and then just kind of exhales and then gripping the end of the bed, she just says, I think it's best we don't waste time. Too much of it at least. Give us our best
Agreed.
chance and then we think we
But
should leave. You can definitely tell she's not thinking straight, right? She's just like, get me out.
1 wee second, right? If they come and they find him gone immediately, they'll be looking for.
I think she looks at you, Eltris, and she says, Would not more time be of use to us if you were... She goes, what if you spoke to the big pool again?
Sorry, did you say if you spoke to the big pool or?
Yeah, she did. She's like, she's not necessarily making a lot of sense, but she's trying to like think of other ways to get everybody out now. And she's saying, what if you spoke to the big pool again?
Do you think that would help in any way?
If they thought you were an hour away from here, yes. Then it gives us at least an hour to go the other way. Perhaps.
See where she's coming from.
They would not let him go without eyes watching.
But it
If-
didn't. Wait,
also-
hold on now as well. They pulled them away from it and told them not to turn today. Is that not what happened? Am I mistaken?
Sarah just looks defeated at that, right? Because she's definitely like, oh yeah, I suppose that kind of did happen, but doesn't mean to say she's not still trying to work out a way to leave now. Because I mean, think of it from her point of view. You told her her husband's going to murder her, and now you're saying that the chosen one who's going to die by the Blood Prince's fusion thingy is also now in league with her husband, so that's probably not great. You know?
Fleabite uncorks the one of the potion bottles of water and splashes her with it.
Covers her in water. Yeah. I think she like lets out like a kind of half yelp. She like goes, "Hey," and then like looks at you. What was that for?
You would let fear into your mind brain. You must stay of calm. You are not one his prey any longer. You will be safe. You will not be taken capture again. Or do not think of that as something to happen.
Yes, but now I'm bloody wet.
Better than bloody.
And she goes, well, there's still... And she like moves some of the water off of her face. And she goes, there's still time for that. What was that, Finger?
Suppose that would be wet too.
I don't think she hears that because I think that's just discomforting enough. Oh dear. Fleabite, were you going to say something else there to her?
I think Fleabite might just pull out the bag and say, if you would rather wait in a more safe place. And then just like motion to the bag.
She kind of looks at you and goes, do you have a towel in there? I like the Fleabite's like, do I? Sticks head in bag, shuffles around.
Is there enough space in these tunnels for me to become an elk?
Probably, right? You saw the tunnels back in
Turn
the
it on
map.
plan. Simply become an elk and run directly through anyone in your way.
Hmm.
Once we have someone in the way, that would be useful. But an elk is sure to raise more suspicion than would be necessary.
Yeah, but it'd be funny.
It's not a terrible plan. I have seen, worse plans.
I know it's not a good plan. I was just wanting to suggest it, just in
No,
case.
it's good to know what the possibilities and options are, right? It is good to always
We attack the
quantify
bear with
assets.
hummus.
I think I just hand Sarah the blanket from the bed.
Just pats herself down with that, and then she balls it up a bit in her hands and just kind of half screams into it, muffled. And she just, after a couple of attempts at screaming into the blanket, just breathes and goes, "Oh, okay. So stick to the plan. Get out. Get my brother. Go home. Then I guess we part ways."
I think Fleabite might come close to Sarah and say, "If it is of what you wish, Fleabite can make sure they do not capture you."
She gives you a funny look. And then I'm going to make her roll to see if she can work out what you mean. Okay, so yeah, I think her immediate reaction to that is, "You mean to have me killed?" She recoils a little from you.
You have not been prisoner long. There are worse alternatives.
She looks at you and goes, "I've not been a prisoner at all, as far as I'm aware." She just still looks a bit
Probably
shocked.
just leave it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if she's not wanting to get into the bag, I'll just put that away.
Yeah. She just hands you the blanket back at that. As if, no thank you. That's the gesture of the blanket going back to you, I guess. She stands up and fixes herself and she goes, "Well, perhaps we should not be in here when the food and drink arrives. Perhaps we should be back in our dwelling."
I think not, as we would have to come back in to get him into bag. If we simply leave when after food arrive, then there will be no additional suspicion aroused. And in case the Warren City Lord is still in the prowl, bet not let you be seen.
She just nods. Doesn't say anything, just nods. And just sits back down on the bed. There's nothing to do. So yeah, any objections to just waiting for the food to come and go? Because I don't
I
have.
think that's fair.
Yeah, cool. It happens. They turn up. They bring a platter of water, like a jug of water, and some bread again, and sit it down. And they ask if there's anything else they can do for you, chosen one.
No, that is all.
They close the door behind them and leave.
I suppose while they were sort of in the way in, I'd probably have made an effort of sort of maybe muttering a few things about, "Oh yes, we'll need to be heading soon," that sort of thing.
Yeah, just reinforcing it. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
mutterings and such.
Planting the seed.
So yeah, that happens, right? They've left the room now. What's the plan?
Is anyone going to eat of that?
I think Sarah was already just she puts her hand up and walks over to it and then just halves the bread and hands you half of it. She just starts
Straight
eating. Yeah, she just starts eating the rest of it as well. Like, she clearly just needs to eat just now. Don't even think she like pays attention to like Eltress at all in that moment either, because obviously the food was meant for Eltress. But nah, she munches away.
I think I'll slap my thighs, say,
Mhm.
well, and then stand up.
She like half coughs on the piece of bread she's eating and then goes, quite, and then sits whatever was left down back on the plate. Says, I think this is the part where you get in the bag. She looks at Eltress.
Are we just quickly? Are we still going to do the illusion thing, or do we not need to do that? Do you think because do we think they're going to come back in at any point?
Honestly,
Do we need
after you're in the
illusion,
bag, whose
or-
problem's that at that point, right? Like,
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah,
that's the way I
I
would
suppose
look
I'll
at
just
it.
kind of say, sees on the other side, and I just take a deep breath and I go.
And I feel like Fleabag's just looking at him without taking the bag out yet.
Just
And
to be a
remembers,
dick.
oh yeah, pulls out the bag. And as he goes in, I guess I'll just re-up
The mind thing.
that one.
Yeah, the psychic whispers.
Hmm.
Okay, do you want to roll?
And roll a d6. Oh. I don't think that needs to be on disadvantage.
Was it D6? No.
Hey.
So, is this your last psionic die, or?
Because I get 2 times the proficiency.
Times.
Ah, yeah, so you do. I forgot how good the maths on that was. I always think it's, for some reason, I think you'd said to me once, 1 times
Yes, I
proficiency.
did.
And that's why it's been burnt, even though I know for psychic stuff it's twice. God damn you.
And the first use is free.
It's just lovely. Tasha's, what a great book. So, yeah, a nice 6 hours of psychic chatting. That's good. That's everybody here that can have that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay. I think Sarah just thinks to herself, and I guess to everybody else, here we go again. To Fleabite, at least.
Yeah.
And then...
And then I say something similar. Right, here we go again, and turn into a rat. And now I'll clamber up Fleabite's back.
So Fleabite, it's you and Sarah.
I guess just stow that away and try and make a mental note of what, try and cement 1 hour.
You mean 10
No,
minutes?
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yes. Oh god.
Oh god, Eltress.
1 minute, hour, 10. These are all words. They're all numbers. They involve words and numbers.
And be to Sarah, maybe try and count 10 cycles, minutes. What?
Rocks fall on Fleabite for saying the word cycles. Yeah.
I mean, I am not super sure that we need the illusion.
It's your powers. I mean, we've got a rat that can't actually talk to you currently, and we have a guy in a bag. So Sarah's just going to go with you.
It's just if we're relying on Fleabite to be counting the time and then having the sort of concentration.
That's the other thing I was thinking. Again though, concentrating on the spell for 10 minutes will at least be an exact number. It's the concentrating and then trying to keep an eye out on everything else is the problem. Because concentrating is meant to be that's your concentration. You then can't be savvy enough to be, aware.
I feel like that's...
You probably want to have your senses as focused as possible. Yeah. If only you could concentrate and put it on her, like a curse.
And do we think we need to make Sarah go any faster?
I mean...
Not yet.
Yeah.
We'll yeah. But then I guess, yeah, we leave. Fleabite starts to motion to her to let's go.
Okay. Yeah, she'll follow lead. Yep. Do you wish to attempt to avoid people initially? Yes, no, maybe.
No. Probably just head north.
Yeah.
Just like just head north. Probably wouldn't like initiate any conversation, but as of yet, just look like I'm heading north.
I think you're the best one for this as well, because he'll probably be most inclined, if he does see you, to think, "Oh, it's my sister's strange pet that escaped." You know.
And his
So,
wife.
well, yeah, but I mean, who cares? He's not going to be looking out for her. You know what I mean?
No, but I get your meaning.
I momentarily forgot she wasn't in the bag. Okay.
Yeah, but like, if it wasn't for her, yes, 100% Sister Strange pet. Yep, totally agree. So, yeah, I think you can just. Do you want to give me a survival roll, I guess, and we'll see how well your navigation goes initially.
I know.
I would say Sarah can help, but she really can't.
Yeah.
Okay, 7 isn't great.
Can I just because then I can roll and you can tell me if it would matter, I guess.
And
It would be a
right, so did you? I think you used it once before, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Just as long as you're tracking how many psychic dice you've got left.
3 left.
Cool. After this, I would say like haven't used 5. After using this, because haven't used your psychic talking thing 3 times already.
Yes. One of them was free.
And then, alright, okay, sorry, you're right. So that would be 4 times. You've burnt through 4 dice then, including this, right? So you have
But
2
it's
left.
only used.
Oh yeah, so expended only if it succeeds, and you didn't succeed last time, or did you? When you rolled, I think you did.
Well,
right?
I think yeah.
Yeah, so it has burnt that too. So you should only have 2 left after this, right? If you have 6 dice.
If this one succeeds.
Assuming, yeah. Interesting. So it's at an 11.
Assuming.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say it probably does succeed. Yeah. Like I think the only thing you're trying to do is find your way to the north, right? You're not exactly trying to scout the whole place out with this roll. So I think the 10 is enough to get you a pass, even though that's 11 you've rolled. So yeah, it has succeeded. So you can burn that away. But yeah, so mostly this is just that you don't end up in a dead end immediately, which this roll was for. So that you don't immediately get cornered by people going, "What are you doing?" But yeah, you can start your journey scouting. I would say, yeah, you do probably pass people that give you odd looks, more acolytes, clearly. All of the acolytes seem to be the staff as well. There is no other people other than Alardin and the people that wear the masks. You've noticed on your way through these winding tunnels. But no, I think, yeah, you make your way north. Obviously, Vanger, you're there too, right? Obviously, just in rat form. Which is weird because we've got kind of ratception on the go here. But, yeah. I'm going to assume you want to try and get 10 minutes in before you release. Yeah. So, you're going to want to find some kind of a out-the-way place. That's fine. You can do that, I think no problem. Do you want to roll stealth to see how well out the way it can be for me as well? Sarah can help with this because it is just looking for a place in your current vicinity.
Okay, so just make it normal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're fairly confident, yeah. Yeah, you find a nice alcove. Nice wee cave alcove. An alcove? No. So, yeah.
Cave alcove, is she?
As opposed to convex. Yeah, it's definitely a concave. So yeah.
Use just one side destroy. Biffy reference. For
It's
those
a
of you who aren't
random
familiar.
reference, yeah.
It's not that people from who aren't familiar haven't heard of Biffy at this point. To be fair, I think some of them have.
For a good 10 seconds there, I thought that you were just saying Buffy, like in a weird way.
No,
Like, so,
Biffy.
yeah, that checked.
Biffy Clyro.
But no, I got there in the end.
That's okay. Yeah, so you stop there. Obviously, Colin, mark off 10 minutes on the how long you've been a rat tracker.
That's just my brain, but okay.
And then Eltris, you're released from the bag in a dark tunnel.
Can't say
Back
it's
in
the first
bag.
time.
What was that, Fleabite?
Just like quick, like giving him no time to get used to this.
Am I just going back in the bag? Yeah.
It's up to you. You climb out the bag, you breathe. It's obviously not exactly lovely because it's sewer/cave air, but it's air, which is something. Fleabite's trying to cram you back in the bag straight away.
Well, there's another step. We need to let the bag refill with air. That's got to take all of 0.4 seconds.
Let's calculate the
Very
airspeed versus yeah. Yep, that's fine. So long as the bag is aired, that is fine. It's very quick to do so. I assume Fleabite airs the bag and then.
The bag getting air. That sounds like an Eltris problem, not a Fleabite problem.
Sounds like a me problem.
Cool.
And then yeah, then you've got do you take any time to take in your surroundings or to like stretch or whatever, or do you just go back in the bag, Eltris?
I don't know. Let's just take a deep breath and just jump back in.
Okay. Right. So you're back in the bag.
Back in the bag.
Fleabite, do you want to give me your next jaunt survival, please? And we'll see how well you do in the next 10 minutes. Oh god. Okay. Not much progress is made this time. Okay, we're 10 minutes in again. So that's yes, I'll just put it. Is that 20-minute mark now?
Down.
Yep. So, yep, Eltris, you're back out the bag. Very familiar looking tunnels to previously. You can't see in the dark, so that's fine.
Yeah, it's just like the next alcove.
Yep. Yeah, you see the half-broken piece of like pattern on the wall from behind you that you saw before as you climbed out the bag the last time.
Suppose it's just going to be a eye roll, a deep breath, and a jump back in.
Just as he's going in and probably clocking the eye roll. He's like, it's harder than it looks, yes.
I realise that she can't help unless there's a light source. So do you have a torch lit or not? No? Then no, she couldn't have helped with your stealth. That's fine. Because she can't see.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. So you basically have to drag her along with you and count to 10 minutes. And she could still help with the counting though. But yeah. Okay.
I can see. Maybe I could help. As a rat, probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Arguably, you could scout the corners ahead. Arguably.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Like, because obviously, if
At the
Fleabite's
very least, we can retroactively excuse that one rule. You know.
yeah. And let's have the next 10 minutes then as Eltris climbs back in the bag.
15 minutes down.
Yep.
This is all going so well.
Eltris, you're back out the bag.
Nice.
Mhm.
Same again, please. Just deep breath and back in, I suppose.
Yep.
Have
Definitely
you
not that
got
far.
inspiration, Alex?
I do not.
Okay. No reason.
Just convenient, I see. This might be useful.
Also,
for
no one
next time.
picked up on my pun in the chat, and I'm so disappointed.
I seen it, but I chose to err on the side of caution regarding.
Yeah.
It.
I thought it was particularly
It's alright,
bad.
yeah. It
I
was
was
alright.
quite pleased.
Yeah, yeah, it was alright, yeah.
That's why those type of puns in the Roll20 chat, so that we can't ignore it.
Right, so literally the phrase "I err on the side of caution," but err spelled AYR. Just so you know, Mr. Grumpy. Right,
Oh,
from there,
yeah.
I've cashed in the inspiration, so you can have that if you wish, Fleabite. Your next survival.
But I'll
Oh my lord.
I'll also I'll do another psychic dice.
Okay. Yep.
Or
my
not.
supple
Okay.
lord.
Okay. So
My
that
psychic
fails. Yep. That fails. So yeah, you keep the dice, which is nice. Right. It's a nice way to use that ability though. That like almost efficiency to it is gorgeous, actually, mechanically. I now need you to roll stealth this time, because obviously it's been enough time that it incurs a stealth that should technically not have happened in the first place. You have been given by Mr. My name is really Glasgow. Some inspiration, full enough. You can obviously choose to spend it on the stealth or the next survival roll. That's up to you, buddy. You have it again.
Just thought I'd help out from inside the bag.
Just a thumbs up comes out, or maybe
Sorry, I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's bad for stealth.
So
Yeah, I'll just roll stealth as normal.
spending inspiration there, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, it's pretty damn good. Extra cautious. I think maybe you're just hyper cautious given how little progress you've made. You're yeah, excellent. Right, next survival check then.
Try to do well and not badly. That is my advice.
Okay,
That could be
13's
worse.
alright. 13's alright, yeah. Okay, and Actress, you're out of the bag. I assume you wish to breathe
10 minutes of rat left.
and go back in.
Yep. I wish I was a cat so I could say, "Oh, cat's out of the bag." But nah.
If you were a cat, you
Just
wouldn't be
a
able to say
measly
it.
elf.
Cats can't speak.
Sorry, I meant if I was a cat, I'd say meow 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 meow.
It's not really as fun if it's Tabaxi's out of the bag either, is it? So, yeah. So
No, I agree. It's not nearly as fun if there are furries. Down with the animal creatures.
don't king shame
Hey.
people.
Ban this sick filth.
Says the guy shapeshifting.
Hey, shape shifting, not shame shifting. Yeah? Think about
Oh
it.
dear. I'm trying not to.
I don't know what I
Right,
mean.
survival.
So I presume like we haven't seen any goons in a while.
None that you can see.
I was just debating whether we.
This is when you realise Sarah has been replaced by a goon for like the last, 20 minutes.
Whether we give Sarah the speed boost and just do a sprint like away.
For Rat Boy.
Uh,
And worse so when he's a dwarf, I guess.
Been accused. Worse, yes.
So,
guess we'll just go normal.
hey, look at that. I don't know why, it's very just aesthetically pleasing to see the matching numbers. Ones are always a risky one to show up though. Yeah. So,
It's 4 snakes. No, 2 snakes. Oh,
it's 2 snakes, yeah.
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 I realised after I said it.
4 one-eyed snakes, I guess, if you really want to go there.
Yeah, blind.
Nobody wants to
the
go there.
king snakes in the land of the. Yeah, you know what? I screwed that up. I'll be honest with you. It didn't work. So, I am no longer a rat. Does that mean I can perhaps assist due to my survival skills? Or is because I am also buggered? Is that an issue?
Yeah, like, you both have disadvantage by default, but I feel like you could still struggle on and help each other a bit through this, given that there are, like, multiple of you, although Sarah is still useless, I guess. So anyway, you're back out the bag, and this time Vanger is a dwarf again. This time Eltris. So that is what the new situation is.
So I guess with everyone back, like, how far do need to go further? Yes.
Sarah in
Well-
the dark goes, well, I have no idea.
It has been very far, yes, very far.
Yeah, it's been about an hour. It's fine. We've gone.
The rats have night vision? I'd hope so.
Surely. Yeah, dark vision. Only
Good.
30 feet, but yeah.
Still something, yeah. I was gonna say, I'd hope they'd at least have had it. Stupid cats. Okay, yeah. So,
X, your cats.
I think you definitely know, Flea, but you're still half an hour at least away from where you want to be.
Okay.
Whether Fleabag tells him to that, it's a different story.
Well, I think that's what I would say. But we should keep going at fast pace.
Jiggles bag in front of
Oh.
Eltris.
I'll keep as fast a pace as I can manage.
Sarah smiles in the dark, because, yep. She's the only one here that can't see in the dark, so that's fine. Just gripping tightly onto Fleabag.
I don't suppose Eltris can carry Banger.
I mean, be mildly humiliating, but yeah.
Is that the new plan? Not in the bag, just heading off?
I suppose.
It's yours.
Hmm.
Eltris, bag or no bag? You're the decider here.
Oh.
Your life.
See, I don't know, because I have been thinking about it, right? Because what I'm thinking is if I stay out of the bag, then I can maybe help with the survival checks, right? Because I'm just looking at my sheet and I do have like a 4 in survival, which might be a bit of a help.
The only thing you'll do is, like, Fleabag needs to be the one making the rolls to navigate.
Does he? Right.
Yep,
Okay.
but you'd be cancelling out his disadvantage if you helped.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But then what I'm thinking is if we do get caught and I'm out the bag, then I mean
Yeah.
at that point, literally the cat's out the bag and they know.
You were desperate to say that.
Oh, so much, baby! You have no idea. I've written down a piece of paper in front of me. Like I was like, I'll get this at some point.
Be sure to say. Yep. Yeah, it's fine if you
Note
want to stay
yourself.
out. It's up to you though if you want to do that, or like you're in charge here. Like you're.
Well, Vanger can help with the rolls anyway, can't he? If he's-
Honestly, it's unlikely. Like he has disadvantage already
Yeah.
because he's got like exhaustion. They both have exhaustion, so he shouldn't really be able to help because of that.
Yeah.
It would be better if you were helping. Sarah was hoping to help, but she can't see.
I just feel like if I do
Yes.
stay out,
When you
then-
get her to dabble in some warlock in this, right? To get her some devil's sight or some shit
Devil's
like that.
Sight.
Yeah. I don't know how you'd convince her to do that, but I think it's like if you can get somebody.
It's great. It's like 120 or something.
Yep. The only
Yeah.
difference is though, and I've stated this before, is it doesn't cover dim light. I think that's funny. So you still get disadvantage in dim light, where dark vision covers dim light very specifically in its wording, which is brilliant.
That surely must be.
So the Jeremy
Anyway,
Crawford has stated on that exact question. He rules it that it does deal with dim light in his own games,
Oh, wow.
but he understands that it was written the way it was written and it's been through 10 printings and never been changed. And as the lead rules designer, that's a weird position to take where you've used the rule differently in your own games, but you have designed it to be bad. Right?
Yeah, he's a strange one. I
don't-
thought he would literally just repeated the rule back to.
No, that was his stance on that apparently, which was in his games he rules it where it does affect dim light, but he understands that it doesn't actually do that as written. So basically, I do it my way. You do. I think it was his low-key way of saying, please stop asking me these questions. So, basically just do your own thing, regardless of what the book says. Which I don't necessarily agree with as the lead fucking rule designer. If you play the game differently at home, why aren't you changing it after 10 printings of the book? So, but anyway, I'm not Jeremy Crawford. So, you're staying at the bag, or?
Well, out of character, what do you think, Grate? Because I don't like. I'm thinking if I'm out, then I can help, right? But there's also more chances of getting spotted. You know.
I agree.
That assumes if they can see in the dark, though. Yous are in the dark, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't feel really that bad about that stealth roll, actually.
I think we can keep going a wee bit with you in the bag just until we've got some confidence. Because right now, if we do it badly,
What if you were half in, half out?
just your head sticks.
Just my head sticking out.
You would be harder to spot than if you were fully out, surely.
I think the problem
That's a
with
somewhat serious question.
So
right? Can that
I
be
think
done?
I think the problem with that is that half of his weight is out of the bag. I don't think. I thought you're quite strong, Fleabag, actually, aren't you? Yeah, I was gonna say you're quite a strong boy. But there's then
Like,
you guiding.
literally started the opposite of what you should.
Oh, 100%. Like, I remember the conversation.
Yeah, I think I'll
Character
invest my caster. Bit of strength.
gen, strength primary rat. Yep.
I know you did that entirely on purpose, and I'm deeply amused by that.
It's the question in character gen. Do I need to spend all my point by points? I'm like,
Yes, I instantly admired your dedication to the character when I heard about that.
Oh dear. So
That's the right way of thinking.
So Fleabag can do that, but Fleabag is not gonna really be able to shake off disadvantage if he's carrying half of Eltrus and guiding Sarah and navigating. Yeah.
I'll just go back in the bag.
Okay.
Back in the bag.
Okay. Let's get a roll
Yes.
then, Fleabag. And Vanger, you're gonna attempt to assist him, I guess. Hope for the best. What I think I want you to do then, Vanger, is can you also roll with your disadvantage then? Because I think that's a fair way to do it. Is
course,
both of
yeah.
you rolling with disadvantage?
Right, we want a survival.
Yeah.
Do I roll first or?
Doesn't matter.
Ah. Oh, that's not
Cool.
good. That's actually as far good as it can be.
Correct. So, Fleabag, Vanger is not helping you. You can definitely tell this.
I'm very tired, okay?
We're also at 70 minutes now, that's fine. Not that we really need to track it, but I feel like I just want to count the last 30 minutes that I'd said that you wanted to try and catch up on. So, yeah, I don't think you get... maybe you waste time going down to a dead end, I think is the results of that one. Like, it maybe smells like it's fresher air this way, but it's definitely not. Like, it is definitely fresher smelling air, but it is not something you can traverse, sadly. One of those horrible video game collapsed entrances type thing. Eltrus, you get out of the bag, you're at a dead end. What's the plan? Back in the bag or walk? Get at least another 2 10-minute segments before you're anywhere where Fleabag would like to have attempted to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
I
no,
think
we're still 30 minutes away from where Fleabag wants to be, actually, because that was 10 minutes in the wrong direction. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just back in the bag for this one.
Cool.
And we'll see where we're at in the next one.
Fleabag, Vanger, hit me up.
Here goes probably next to nothing. Survival. Oh my god.
You have a +3 in this.
I know!
Fleabag,
That's why it's giving me ones.
Any
It's
side eye
annoying that
or-
I have points in this. I probably would just explain, realizing that I'm not being very useful and just sort of turn to Fleabite and like, sorry, these caverns, there's tunnels. I don't. I'm lost and I'm bloody exhausted.
Weird things supposed to be good underground, yes.
But in a properly laid out city.
Sarah that cuts and goes, it's okay, boys. It's all the same to me anyway.
I apologise. I realise that you're maybe having a bit of a rough time of it. What with the not being able to see in the dark thing. That must be very very
It doesn't smell like I'm missing much. Let's put it that way.
It's it's pretty bloody miserable. Yeah, it's mostly just yeah.
So yeah, you're probably still about half an hour away from where you want to be, sadly. Yep, you've checked the two different ways that you were planning on going. Now it's the third way that seems to be the right way. Okay. So, yeah. Do you want to put Eltrus back in the bag again and then we'll... Yeah, so it's been 80 minutes, but there's still 30 to actually go. That's fine. Back in the bag, Eltrus, or are you staying out this time?
Yeah, back in the bag.
Back in the bag. Okay. So...
I've made a home in here now.
Yeah.
All my stuff better be in there, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yo.
That food is not for you.
Understood.
It's fine, Banger. Don't do it.
Banger decides that he needs a little break.
Mm-hmm. So, we are 20 minutes left of the journey. It's looking a lot better. Eltrus, you coming out of the bag and going back in, or coming out and staying out?
I think I'm going to just go back in and I'll come out for the last 10 minutes.
Okay. Right. Fleabite, hit us up again. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Right, so you're out the bag this time. Is that right, Eltrus?
Mm-hmm.
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 Yeah.
Wait, before I stay at the bag, do we think it's a good idea? Like, if we're 10 minutes away from the end, like, if I stay at the bag, do you think this is going
Theoretically, there's 10 minutes left of where Fleabite would like to be. Doesn't mean to say you're 10 minutes away from the end, as we have seen clearly.
What do you two think?
I
Character?
think we're a fair distance away, and we don't even know if they know you're missing yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been like just shut. Was it an hour and 20 minutes? It's been, in fact, it's been an hour and 20 minutes. Is that right? That feels right.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Oh yeah, there's still 10 minutes to go.
Expecting you to be, in bed. I mean, you may not have been discovered as missing yet.
Yep. So they've either discovered it and they're very slow at finding you, or they haven't discovered it yet, right? So why waste time? Right. Why give them more time to discover it?
Yeah, that's true, man.
So stay out the bag?
It's up to you. Your call, buddy.
Okay, let's stay out the bag.
Okay, so do you want to help Fleabite this time?
Yes.
And I think wise choice.
Vanguard, do you want to take control of Sarah then and let them?
Yes, I was. Right, hold on. While they're finding their bearings, I'll hang back a little if you. Here.
Yeah.
So gesture the staff over towards her. Can you feel the staff? It's a branch. Well, it's actually a small tree.
Yes. I'm sure the story would be lovely to hear on the outside of this hell.
Mm. Oh, yes, of course.
But I do look forward to this story.
I think you're psychically from Fleabite, like, this caves and tunnels have many ears.
I think we've just been told off. She says just to you.
Yeah. Psychically, I'll respond to Fleabite with a. in as much as a person can go psychically.
Like a harumph. Oh dear.
It's like a grunt of acknowledgement, right? An internal grunt of acknowledgement.
And yeah, so
He's
that's
right.
yeah, I think that gets us to our nice. You're finally the hour distance away you wanted to be, in an hour and a half, exactly. So that wasn't too bad, considering.
I think that went about as well.
Yeah, it was alright. I think I was optimistic to navigate that in an hour.
50% slower than I wanted, but
it's alright.
50%, that's not the worst percent.
So
blind and exhausted, traveling people.
Yeah, it's people in a bag. Like it's wanted people.
If we were just legging it and we all had night vision, this could have been much easier. But we weren't doing that.
And if you weren't exhausted as well, that would also help. But you have been through a lot this week. The nearly dying thing being a lot of it.
I agree.
So yeah, I think you see the light coming down from one of the corridors, obviously. I think Sarah just says psychically to Fleabite, "You can see the light too, right?"
And I guess psychically, Fleabite responds,
"No phone, who dis?" Oh dear. Sorry.
Yes. Might want of careful with eyes. You are not used to going from dark to not dark very easily.
I'm getting used to it day by day. She puts her hands up over her eyes, but thank you. And then he's you can see clearly it was meant to be like a sewer grate that would lead out into like a bit of a river, but it's clearly just like decayed over time. It's like grown over with like moss and stuff like that, and like roots from trees.
I have to peek out and see what awaits us on the other side.
Who would like to have a peek out and see?
I feel like we get to the edge and Fleabite's sort of like, well, this was my bag, and now we're at Bangers.
Yeah. Okay. I will gingerly pop my head out and if you direct your attention to Twitch a second, and I will attempt a perception absent disadvantage.
Nice.
It wasn't too bad.
It's pretty damn good, yeah. Yeah, poke your head out, your eyes obviously naturally adjust as you walk towards the entrance. You can like push away some of the kind of overgrown plant life. Maybe quite nice and familiar to you actually, being somewhat of a pungent nature given its location. And you look around, and yeah, it's definitely the outside you're looking at. Doesn't seem to be anything but the woods that you can see off in the distance, maybe about a 10-minute walk or small jog away. Yeah.
I turn to Bart, say, but we're definitely outside.
You can definitely tell you're outside the walls of the city.
Yeah. From here to the woods. No, it's not far. Make it in a few minutes, I'm sure. How easily removable does this sort of rotted grate look? Is it
well,
just
there is no grate. It's just there should have been one. It's clearly like.
Oh right.
Yeah, it's clearly gone. It's just.
And I was convinced that there was no one about outside. Just
yeah,
to
like
clarify.
again, you feel confident knowing the place just seemed like the abandoned north of the city.
Cool.
Obviously on the outside of the wall.
Well, shall we then? Yeah. Sort of take a step towards the edge. Is it how far down is it? Is it just like above ground level?
You'd be jumping into a river. So
in the river?
Yeah, you'd be jumping into the river where this thing like flows into.
Careful with the drop. And Yeah, just sort of plump myself down.
I guess everybody else follows suit.
Yeah.
There was that.
So, I think before making the leap, I'll wait till they've jumped, and then
Does somebody help Sarah down, or does she have to just jump?
just this is Sparta.
I genuinely was thinking you were going to shove her. I'm not going to lie.
I had the R2D2 and C3PO thing in my head on Jabba's sail barge.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
pushes her.
like, jump after Vanguard and I can just be down the bottom ready to catch her since I'm a big
You
barbarian.
could probably just lift her down, to
Hands
be
out.
honest.
Yeah.
Alright, okay,
Grab
I'll
her.
lift her down then. I'll do
Mhm.
that.
Very heroic.
I should just say,
Tell her
oh,
about it.
she'll just say to you like, oh, how gallant, thank you.
My hero, no joke.
As you're like covered in sewage. Like, yeah. Making the best of a situation.
Don't mention it.
I hope not to.
Well, at least we've landed in some water. So you sort of like giving myself a quick pat down, shake off, instead of start to trudge through.
It's probably unpleasant, but yeah, it's still probably nicer and more aired than
Preferable. At least a river is going to be moving and not stagnant.
Agreed. Fleabite, what are you concocting?
So I would just like to take out
Got it.
like a vial, like a glass vial,
Okay.
and put it like somewhere it's not going to get. I guess in my head there's a sort of walking space that we've all taken to get out that's not being like pushed out by any current or anything.
I don't know what you mean by that. It's literally a tunnel that has like sewage pouring out of it into a river. That's where you are.
My attempt was to try and put like a glass, a bit of glass somewhere that people would stand on, so that if we came back here, we would know if we were followed.
I feel like if you put glass down here though, it would just be washed into the river. You know? You have duct tape, do you? You try and weigh it down.
A gun?
I do love that you're searching your bag to see if you have duct tape though.
I was kidding about the gun, by
I mean, it is Fleabite, to be fair. Is that a no to duct tape? Or something akin?
For the moment,
Like some kind of adhesive or weight or something, because
I was trying to think.
you could try and jam it in between something, but then it's going to be more obvious, right? Like if you jammed it in between rocks so it wouldn't move, but then it's not going to be as effective, right? That's my only concern about that particular
yeah, you
plan.
want something in position so that people can sort of shred on it.
Because if you get it so it can't move, you could easily just set it in the flowing water, so when people just stomp out of here, you could go back and go, it's been broken, so clearly something uses this. I mean, Vanguard definitely saw that there was like no sign of people, which also includes footprints though, right? So, depending on your
Nice.
confidence with him.
Path without trees.
True that, true that. Either way, anything else there, Fleabite, or are we moving on?
Know who uses paths without trees?
Slightly higher level druids.
Or rangers.
The Rangers of the North. I see what you're saying.
I don't, so that's good.
Alexander?
Yeah, I guess I guess the bottle being full of water wouldn't be enough to hold it.
No, I don't think so. I'm trying to think, do you have anything that you could like weigh down? But there's, without anything sticky. Yeah.
Got some good berries there.
Do you have any like
Alright.
rope or string? You could probably fashion some kind of like anchor,
Yeah,
right? You could fashion a small, like, you could just tie the string around the bottle and just, like, jam it on something, I suppose. Yeah. And just have the water obscure it. It's not perfect, but it's. I could believe that would exist, like that would work, right? So yeah, you could do that. Probably people question why you're taking so long to come out of the entranceway, but yeah, you eventually.
One moment.
The one moment. So yeah, you guys.
And just do like a
I think honestly, Veronica's probably just pleased that he felt the need to tell him he's going to be a moment.
And then you just wade through the river and then climb out, trudge out the other side. And then Sarah does a thing where she like arches her back to stretch and stuff, and then looks back at the, the wall that's in a bit of decline essentially, and decay. And the city obviously kind of mounted above it. The actual wall of the city though is like looming above the entranceway. But there is like, you can tell that the towers and stuff haven't been maintained that are on the top of it. It's definitely just the north isn't exactly guarded. They don't expect anything to be north.
From this angle, isn't it?
It's quite intimidating actually.
A bit beat down, but still a certain imposing charm.
Yes, perhaps from the tree line, less imposing.
Yes. Not too far. He mutters as he said.
She like puts her hand on her stomach and goes, definitely shouldn't have had all that bread. And she carries on walking, like hiking up her very wet and soiled garments that she's like trying not to touch the bottoms of, but lifting up as much as possible so they don't hinder her running through the open field and long grass. And
Reminds me, did you see you had good berries?
Non-magical ones.
Oh, right, okay.
Because you gave me them when they were magic, but their magic runs out after a very short time, I think.
Yeah, I was quiet about that.
I don't think they last though. I think they just go away. I don't actually know the answer to that though. Good berries.
I was hoping at some point that they could be used in a more narrative sense, but like obviously they don't have their capabilities. They were just like brambles now.
Yeah, it only says the berries lose their potency if they've not been consumed within 24 hours of the casting, so it doesn't actually say they vanish. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so what's the plan now? Head to the trees?
The trees.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Heading north to the trees, or trying to like skirt around the city to east or west? Because remember, west is the way you come into the city.
I honestly think we just go to the closest part of the tree line.
Yeah, so just head north. Yeah, that makes sense.
After then, we can sort of reorient as we feel is useful.
And either way, Cantor's going to realise she's no longer randomly beneath him. Right?
I like the idea that he's just walking in circles around.
Yeah.
He is.
Was it Thor 2 when Mjolnir's having a tough time going back to Thor? When he keeps going through all the bloody portals. Yeah. What a jump. So yeah, you I don't think there's anything particularly threatening about this. You're fairly confident there's not many people around. You can attempt it stealthily if you really want, but I don't really see the need to be honest. The grass is long and the place is just spooky, to be honest. Like a spooky abandoned place.
Grass is long and full of shadow.
Yes.
Is this heading like towards the hills at all?
No. If you kept going this way, you'd hit the open sea or the ocean. Eventually. In fact, let's bring up the world map. That's maybe something we can refer to every now and then.
We can perhaps find a boat.
So, if I do this, where... Can you see how it's a bit awkward where you're heading? So, obviously, I can attempt to do this. No snapping, there we go. So Evershade is here. Here's our heading away. There's like a big body of water there, and then obviously there's that will lead out into the ocean, and here's our heading north. You'll eventually get to the ocean that way, but there's just a lot of land in between, as you can see. And
One ahead, it's like
you're heading like there.
that way.
Like this is like the location you're kind of heading to, just to get away from the site itself. That would be weeks of travel, weeks, and it's also considered one of the most dangerous things, and it's also where Eltrus lost his entire squad of soldiers traveling that way.
Of course.
And just went that way, and it was less of a danger, really. And there's like a makeshift harbour here, probably a town here where boats come and go, probably. A very small village of some kind. And it lets people get back and forth and then out to sea to go the long way home. So yeah, either way, you're heading north to the forest, I assume. That's fine. Yeah, I guess you're at the forest. I don't really have any issues with you making it there. That's very little in that regard. What's the plan?
Wow. I think for one thing we should take some time to rest up and heal up. I may have just the trick for that.
Yeah. Is it a prayer revealing?
It is. So if we find some space and maybe make camp.
Okay, yeah. Just want to do like just find the nearest spot, or do you want to actually like look out and actually like do a stealth roll to get yourselves securely hidden, so that you could maybe set a like? Are you gonna try and get a fire? Because remember it's nighttime.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we should at least make a few minutes into the place so that we can at least have a fire that's not immediately visible.
Yeah.
Not that there's many people hanging out in the north end of town, it seems. But you don't want to have a chance.
Maybe memories of Walter telling you about how abandoned the north of this territory was due to Maleficarum and occultism and Wombles. Various other
so
things.
do we want like a stealth roll for that?
Yeah, like 2 people can work together as long as you're not exhausted. Or like thingy Eltrus can help.
Someone help Fleabite with that one.
Yeah, Eltrus trying to help Fleabite.
Yep.
This is just to try and find a good campsite. Cool, Fleabite, you can do a stealth. So like, get yourself a super sneaky. Oh dear gods. It's a 10 though.
Can I add a side ice just to improve the score?
Jesus, how many?
So I think you can. So this is the tricky bit, right? So succeeding and failing on this only depends on if somebody finds you, right? So how would you know? Can you see the dilemma we have here for that roll? Because arguably you have succeeded in finding a hidden place to a value of 10. You see? And if nobody finds it, that's fine. Then it was a success. But it's only a fail if somebody...
Loss in the moment.
Can you see that? So, yeah.
Another opportunity, could we try and take steps to make it more actively hard to see?
Such as?
Just moving bushes and branches around to block line of sight from clear areas.
I kind of feel like that's part of that. Like, I feel like you would just need to move again entirely, right? Like, I feel like the whole point of the stealth roll in itself is to make it like as secure as possible. This is like knowing you failed a history check and just asking to roll to think harder.
Do you have anything in your bag with help?
Keep in mind, just because it's red doesn't mean it's an auto fail. I told you like, skill checks don't have crit or like crit conditions, success or failure. It just is a 10. I feel like you can spend a die if you want to improve it. It's just you still won't know if it's a success or failure. In which case you're probably spending it to spend it. Does that make sense? And obviously if it happens, that it was a failure, you'd get it back, right? Do you see my thinking? Yes? No? Maybe? So feel free to spend your last one, I assume?
2 more.
No, have
Because
you?
there was a time that it didn't work, so I didn't have to spend it.
I was sure you were down to 1. For my maths. I could be wrong, but I'm sure you were down to 1.
Well, I've been at 2. Yeah, I definitely was going to spend my second last, but because it failed, that means it stayed at 2.
Where's this one? Let me have a look. 'Cause I'm definitely sure I'd retracked at 1, but that's fine. I just don't see it. Where are we? Where's your dice? So that was there, and what was that off the back of? 7. No, because I think the last one we've got you here is a.
Yeah, so there was that 8 survival, which then rolled a d6, which is a 1.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. For some reason, I thought that was your last one, though.
No, that time I still.
It's okay. I'm willing to believe you. I don't care enough to read back. That's already too much reading back for me. Okay, yeah.
That's 2 crit. Fail and a success.
Yeah. So that's a 16. 16's a lot better, right? So maybe Fleabite finds a place and Eltris. Or maybe Eltris points out the place and then Fleabite just covers it in stuff. It's probably, that makes more sense to me, I think. Yeah. Because what about this place? This small hollow? It seems like 4 hobbits may have hid here once. And then, Fleabite just pulls broken branches and stuff. Yeah. And then the Nazgul turn up. So, yeah.
They were men once.
And a 16 is better than not, right? Okay.
That's what the law says anyway.
Yep, true.
I think we probably could we not try and go for a long rest sort of thing here?
It's up to you.
Well, can I suggest maybe doing a little bit of survival to kind of make camp then?
You probably want to do that, yep, and get a fire going and stuff like that as well. Yep.
Can I get assistance with the survival?
Probably want Eltris to help with that as well, but Sarah could help, I guess, if you really wanted her to help. She can try. I mean, she can carry wood for a fire.
I trust the angry soldier to be more, but you know what? She could help also.
Yeah. I mean, either way, you're going to be rolling with the advantage, right? Sorry, a normal roll. Sorry, so it's irrelevant really who helps you in this situation. It's probably Sarah because he'll be helping point out the location.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. I would do survival. It's a decent roll.
Yeah. Okay, so you're probably finding the game this far north is very difficult, so it's probably more like your usual plants, edible plants that you're finding as well, at least.
And if it comes to it, I can make good berries, so we're not going to starve either way.
Yeah, exactly. But you're finding the game
Or
is
just
definitely scarce.
making sure that we have basic necessities covered.
Yeah, and you get the fire going. She's obviously very close to the fire because she's like, oh dear God, it's so goddamn cold. Remember, it's very cold.
Wet blanket.
She
I told you would need this.
She probably puts it over her legs that are at the fire and just like hangs it at the edge of them so it obviously dries quickly before wrapping it around her. Because remember, it will be snowing gently as well. Here, it's obviously just some of the tree cover that's all like bare trees will be at least diffusing the snow. Yeah. You can definitely attempt a long rest. I'm assuming we're going to have a watch order.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I concur.
So who trusts the new guy?
Not me.
The guy who's found in the sewers with the blood cult, who's then the chosen one of the blood cult, is now left with you guys. And the blood cult's possible boss's wife to be. It's a weird place to be in.
I trust both of them. Vanker's a pretty trusting guy.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
I think also given that Vanguard is completely knackered, he'd probably just sort of be slumped in the ground at this point and making very clear that it was unlikely he was going to be particularly useful
Fleabite's
for a
also
few
pretty
hours.
fucked, right? Like more so than you, to be fair, because you got
Oh
to
yeah,
drink
Fleabite's
that.
a mess. But oh yeah, before I do anything, I suppose I should do that. I should say, if you two want to gather round, I can do some healing magic, but it'll take a wee bit of time.
I love the idea it then just goes into a montage of you doing dwarven chanting for 10 minutes, which I love the idea of.
Oh, and I'm gonna prayer of healing at my full powers
Mhm.
for a level 4.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Can it be upcast? Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Awkward.
Also, I do just love this, is what I imagine the Norse dwarven chanting is. Which I guess I'll dump in a chat as well for people's enjoyment. So, okay.
It's a 19.
Prayer of healing. Let me just have a wee quick nosy at prayer. And we'll see exactly what is involved.
That guy's name is Angus McFife.
That's the guy from Gloryhammer.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. In Colin Sun
It's like
Life.
it's more Scottish than my name.
Also, hello, Becca Brody. Hello. Welcome.
Good welcome. Merry today.
Yes. Right, so 10 minutes, 30 feet, up to 6 creatures of your choice. They can heal 2d8 plus your spellcasting modifier. What's that?
3.
3, okay, cool. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, and that's all
checks out.
rolled. Perfect. High level casting, so 19. Perfect. Everybody gets to heal 19. Excellent.
So that brings me to 1 below maximum.
Nice. Nicely done.
19, did you say? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
19 of your finest health points.
Oh.
Good spell.
It
Just
is.
takes 8 minutes to do it.
I know, like when I played a healer once in a dungeon crawl, I was like, God, this is such a great spell if I thought I would get them to sit for 10 minutes, which they did not.
This is also why you don't play warlocks in some games. I have been warned this by many people.
Yeah.
Like, parties do not want to lie down, some
No.
GMs do not give you the opportunity.
Just dumb. Really dumb. Yeah. Like the amount of short rests you could have had just in that, like, temple ground, I guess we'll call it, under the sewers is crazy. There was at least, what, like 3 or 4 long rests probably in there. Short rests even. Short rests, not long rests, dear God. Time.
I like to believe that I had a metaphorical long rest inside the bag.
Sure, yeah. It was definitely a long time in the bag. But yeah. It's been an exciting couple of days for Eltris, to be fair. You know, one minute you're travelling with all your soldier buddies to check in on a town that hasn't checked in a while, and then next minute, you know, you're the chosen one being smuggled out of the sewer temple in a bag of holding by a rat. So,
Average Saturday, ain't it?
So, yeah. Who's taking first watch?
I feel like I'm probably the most
Disciplined?
awake and stuff and disciplined, yeah. So I am happy to go ahead and do that. Like,
Yeah.
if nobody's got any anything against it.
The other two are already asleep. Like,
Yeah, I was going to say, it took me that long to get that out, to be honest.
I think Sarah wraps herself in the now dried blanket and just says, I'll keep you company for a time, but I feel like I won't be much use in the dark, unfortunately. And she just like shuffles along the turnover log, I guess, that you have been using as a seat, and just shuffles a bit closer.
I suppose I'll just lie back with don't worry, just you get some rest. I've got it under control from here.
Already asleep.
Love it.
Okay. Yeah. I guess who's taking second watch? Who's willing to wake up? Probably Vanger is in a better condition than he might still.
Yeah. Is that long enough to be refreshed?
You just need to stagger a long rest, right? You'll need to do
Okay.
enough sleep that he will take watch for like so long, and then sleep,
Sure.
and you'll need to like essentially he'll. It just means you're gonna have to take hours. So we're gonna be
Uh-huh.
like well into the Monday afternoon before you will make
It is what it is.
Yep. Mhm.
We need to do it. I think at this point we've been too disadvantaged for too long. It's
Yeah.
becoming an issue.
If Eltress
So,
just powers through it, you two could just take a full long rest, and then he could just take a long rest afterwards. Or
it's
if he's,
fine.
yeah.
I don't mind. At the very least.
If it's
thankfully.
anything, I don't mind with that either, because obviously I've still got like 3 out of 4 rages. I've got like near enough max health.
I love the concept of saying that though in characters. I'm still angry enough for the rest of today. Like,
yeah, you know.
I don't see any downside really to staggering it, because that.
so the
math-
downside is that it'll give Tonan more time to search the surrounding city. Right?
Yeah, I mean that is fair.
That's the
Oh,
downside.
dramatically more time.
8 additional hours? Yes.
Yeah.
hmm
I say let me just take it. I'd like if that's an option. If it's going to.
If you're happy with that, you can just say, yeah, like Banger just doesn't wake up for the second shift.
But yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Can I get a con save from you, Eltris?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
A saving throw, yeah.
Yeah, please.
Eek.
It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. See, look at that.
Oh.
Panicking over
Arr.
nothing.
Not bacon, sir.
So, yeah, I think the 8 hours pass. Everybody wakes up, I guess, or as staggered as it needs to be in terms of who wakes who up. And then bellies rumble, of course, mostly Sarah's. And shakes off the snow that's fallen through the night after the fire went out. And yeah, I think you wake up and you see a figure standing at the top of the camp, just like looking down into the camp, looming, silhouetted in the nice morning light, and Fleabite and Vanger recognize it, and so does Sarah. He takes off his helmet, puts his hood down first, and he says, "Oh, it's so good to see you, sister." And he jumps down into the camp, and Cantor is there, and he runs in to hug his sister very tight, and that's where we end the session. So,
I thought for a second it was going to be Tanan. And then he said
Tanan.
the helmet was like, oh no, it's
Yeah, he wouldn't ruin his hair with a helmet.
Yeah, I literally cannot imagine him wearing a helmet. He's not a helmet man. I can
No.
tell this.
Yeah,
To be honest, I was expecting fun.
why would he take off his helmet?
Takes off helmet to reveal a further helmet.
Yes, when he said he takes off, I was like, oh, mask, but then it was helmet. Oh, that's fine then.
Nah, Thornman wouldn't touch the ground willingly. Oh dear. So yeah, that's that session. What would you like to call it?
I have
You know,
one.
something happened earlier, and I came up with an amazing name, and I forget what it was now.
Something to do with partings and meetings, I would suggest as well. I don't know. There's work in there that still needs to be done to that title, but you get what I mean. Because you've departed the Watchers and you've got to reunite Cantor and the sister. Extra baggage.
I'm just putting that in because I saw somebody put it in the chat earlier, and I thought, that's quite funny.
Put the Eltris
Kind
back
of.
in the bag. Yeah.
Kind of surprised the Rat Pack hasn't come up before.
I know, or just Pack Rat in general. The place where there once was a great escape. Oh dear. That's so painful. Oh dear.
If there's one thing that I like, it's a really strained pun.
That's probably why you've stuck with me as a GM for so long.
I'm not saying it's not a background.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, the elf's out of the bag. Yeah, there's a whole bunch that it could be.
Uh,
You did indeed, Mr. Grumpy. Yep, you did say Rat Pack. Yep, that is in our list for considerations.
we should have used this in a previous session, but it's still quite apt.
Okay. Going underground. Yeah.
Going underground, you know.
Going deeper underground.
That's quite a jam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, Mr. Grumpy, I did say
Thank you,
Ratception as
thank
well. Yep, it's not a terrible one. We did have some. Nope, I'm not even going to say it. I said something I would regret. Oh god, it was awful. The images are. I'm trying to burn out my brain already. So, we had navigation that went poorly, getting lost in tunnels, got there in the end, made our escape out of the city into the what's a good thing to put there? Out of the city into the frying pan. No.
Go really literal, out of the city into the forest.
I know. Out brief Sarah.
Yeah, out brief candle.
Oh, brief Cantor. That's close enough, right?
No.
Oh dear. And yes, Blood Dome was definitely narrowly avoided.
Joe!
So, okay, what else? What would be
going-
the? There's lots of planning for the escape as well, and then just turns out you could just leg it. So, either way, we've got loads of suggestions here. Vote away if there's no more to be had, and then we will move this on. He's not the
yes,
Messiah.
let's go.
He's a very naughty boy. I think I like just to cut Collins in a bit is just Great Escape.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
I mean, you could do that, I guess.
Yeah, the Great Escape. Because it has rat in there. Hidden, you see.
Escape.
God. It's terrible, but I'm going for it. Run, Vanguard, run. Also a suggestion. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. What is the name of the location? Which location? God. So Evershade is this like the kind of city and area, I guess. Yeah. It's just the north of the city, I guess. Yeah. North Evershade, I guess, is the forest they're in.
Yeah, the actual like the constituency name is Evershade North.
Oh dear. Well, I've got 2 votes for one of them, so that's good enough. Great Escape is the winner so far. Let's go with that. There we go.
Yeah, I like Great Escape, but that was my initial instinct, and I was like, yeah, but there's no actual great.
I know.
And then I realised I could.
That's how great the escape was. It was already away.
The great had previously escaped. This is just a tribute to previous, much more impressive escape.
That's not bad though. Not bad at all. Right, goals. So, have we convinced Charleston to reclaim his house?
So close.
Have we got Sarah home yet? Not yet.
Wasn't.
Have we reunited Sarah with Warren?
Yeah.
AKA Cantor. Let's have.
What the hell?
Yeah, do you want to
Is someone let Alex near this? Other Alex, I meant.
No, just this Alex, I feel.
Oh god, yeah.
Do you want to make that Cantor, and then we'll move it across? And that's at least one goal. That's not bad. It's something. I'll actually make a note.
It's one of my favourite things. It's a thing. Which is better than nothing.
Okay. And then uncover the no glint secret. It just seems like we're adding to that pile, not really uncovering anything. Seems like they're now also
No.
dabbling with the Watchers.
But that's a clue.
Mhm.
It's another tick in the ever enlarging vampire column.
Learn the outcome of the Blood Prince ritual. I feel like we've sidestepped that a bit.
We did
Yeah.
learn part of it, like that it was going to be more using up, apparently. But I wouldn't say that's an answer.
No, definitely not an answer. Because Cynthia was mostly like, it's not a good thing. But that is still not an answer. Because Cynthia's not exactly the most reliable source.
Or
Yeah.
it's bad.
Yeah. Which does imply some familiarity with the Watchers, which is interesting. But yeah.
Why?
Personal goals. Establish a place to lay low. Fleabite.
We have laid low for the evening.
I mean, settling camp. I mean, establishing a place low was a safe house you wanted. Insofar as
Yeah.
that, do you feel like this is a safe house? Do you wish to remain here?
How do we make a house a home?
Well, my question is, do you wish to remain here, or are you going to move on?
I'm going to keep this goal because I think I can still try and turn this into a safe house. It is not one yet, but I keep trying.
Okay, that's fine. Eltris, earn the title The Chosen One.
Haha.
Well,
I don't think that's going to happen now. I mean, technically, I did have the title. They did say that I was the chosen one, so therefore the title was mine, but I have left.
I feel like we said earn the title for a reason.
In that case, no.
Okay. And investigate the Blem-Thaki connection. You might be able to do that much easier next time, Banger.
Indeed, because you now have
There.
some important
This is when
sources.
it's a Cass to Lan just trying to give Sarah some closure. That would be awful. Okay. What goals are we changing? We got a blank slot. What's the next step? You're out of the
It's a blank.
city. You've got the Belems.
You've got 99 problems.
So
Oh.
Cynthia did Warren has a way to get home. So we don't. I don't think we need to make too much.
I mean, she basically
Worry.
said, so long as you can get them back together, like, you can forget about them.
We don't need to like have effort on trying to get like horses and stuff.
But it does mean that you won't get her home then. So that goal should be deleted. Right? So now you care about helping her. It's fine if you don't. It just that's what that means though, right? So there's no point having dead goals. But obviously you still want to work on convincing Charleston, I think. He's obviously probably for the moment still want to get Sarah home alive. Uncover the no-glint secret, learn the outcome of the Blood Prince ritual. How much business do you still have in Evershade, really, that you want to get involved in? Or do you just want to go on and move away and, like, climb a mountain? What's the plan?
I mean, I kind of feel like we've still got a city to burn.
True. Right, it's up to you.
Not so sure about the burning it part, but you know.
I also like chat's introduction of a new character. I, for historical posterity, say nothing to that. So yeah. Yes, that's a very strong suggestion, Becca. Burn the city.
I think I should just point out, by the way, Becca is the singer in Friends. Just in case, just going to put that out there. She's one of my friends.
Hello.
I'll check out her new single. No, I'm joking.
Don't make me kick you from the game already. And I don't know, like Eldridge dies.
He was in the city when he got burnt.
He just goes to the city and explodes, thus burning it. So yeah, what's this blank goal slot? Remember, Eltris, you're still eligible for us to come out with goals now, right? That's These are your general goals too.
Oh yeah.
He was the illusion. Yeah. Illusions, Michael. Illusions. So, climb Barris, get the egg. That's a big deal. But before that, there's climbing Barris. There's also Utior. Do you really want Utior to burn? Meh. He's probably very flammable, given his alcohol percentage. Yeah. What's the thoughts there?
I mean, not in favour of burning it. Be clear.
I just meant Utior though. Do you feel like he's somebody you want to like whisk away from the city to go on this journey with you, or?
I think he'd be useful to us still, yeah.
Yeah. It's always fun you guys having an NPC for me to play along with the gang.
I think it just additionally he knows more than he realizes, just
Yeah.
by dint of having some connection to the city's history.
Because enlist Utior Eric to help in Barris quest is in the ideas pile.
Yeah,
Just
it might
saying.
be a bit of a challenge getting back in, but you know.
I mean, yous are a resourceful bunch, and yous will have rested. Thus, you know, you'll have two spellists
Well,
to peruse.
if we don't mind, I don't mind. If we don't mind, I don't mind. That's a horrible way to express it. If that suits, I would be quite happy to put it over.
Well,
in
does
the
anybody else have a better idea? Because that's at least an idea. Right?
Yeah, I'm open to all ideas, even bad ones.
Well, could I just ask a quick question? Who is Utior? Sorry.
So, Utior Eric.
He's- So he's a sort of minor noble, kind of a family that's kind of fallen from fortune largely through. I wouldn't say like his sort of misrule, but like his brother, as I recall, was taken away by a giant bat.
Yep.
Which led to him deciding to find him. He would need to lead an expedition to Barris.
So, he was a very drunk man in a bar.
Along those-
He was a very drunk man in a bar who wanted to go up to Barris, so spent a lot of money on like preparing a big expedition to climb the unclimbable
Oh no, yeah,
mountain.
that's why he called off. That yeah, he had
And
been
his
trying
brother.
to get to Barris.
Was then
Yeah.
very well timingly
So it was a
kidnapped
case of like
by
initially
bats.
he'd been sort of. Some would have said squandering his wealth because obviously everyone seems to think that Barris is not real, but we, or at least Fleabite, has literally encountered one of the beings from there, so he knows it is. With this, his family fortunes largely squandered. He had to give up his sort of final push because his brother was abducted by a bat.
Yeah.
And he obviously A, wanted to find him, and B, had responsibilities to take care of, that sort of thing.
Yeah, because obviously if his brother hadn't been kidnapped by a giant bat, which is a great phrase, he probably could have left the running of the estate to his brother, and thus been safe in the going on the expedition to be a crazy explorer man up the unclimbable mountain. Right? But obviously there is that, oh god, I can't go on my fun trip now because my brother's, missing. And then he never found his brother, which was the sad thing. Yeah. So he kind of was just like, the house fell into ruin, he just got drunker, and yeah. He's now just a guy that seems to know loads, actually. Yeah, like he definitely did. I think he also, like, did he win a drinking competition with Fleabite, or?
He was a solid competitor, but he was no match for the drinking ability of Fleabite.
Yeah, you both ended up in a weird other dimension, though, remember? And then...
And one of us was able to stand afterwards, and it was not him.
Yeah, he was pelted out of it, though, by Cynthia. So you could have a chat about give and take. Yes, so that's who Utior is. He's also played by Tony Robinson, so... Yeah.
It's Ghost.
Sure. In a lot of
I
makeup,
assume
though.
he's still alive. I just thought it'd be fun to say.
Yeah. Also, the one above that I love as well, so like two above it, sorry. So we've got obviously Enlist Utior Eric to help with the Barris quest, and you've got that one, which is... Eric mentioned something having happened related to the missing roof in the Withered Spoon. What and why did he stop?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a deep
So
cut.
there's a, and also then obviously drunkard Eric's brother. There's actually loads of goals here that you could probably get off the back of having him in the party. Maybe it's worth bringing back. So yeah. He's probably not invited to the wedding, so you know that much, at least. It didn't sound like Noah has cancelled the wedding. So,
Maybe he was never really planning to marry her all along, and she simply had some function that he was always intending to create the fiction that he was marrying her, and therefore was just gonna dispose of her anyway. I don't know. Maybe there was something there that meant he didn't actually really need her as his bride, but he needed the illusion of it. Something to that effect.
I'd say that's a strong assumption, right, based on what you've witnessed.
So it's hard to think what exactly that might be. Like maybe he'll shapeshift his sister into her or something.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Can she shapeshift? I mean, vampires sometimes shapeshift, but seldom into other people.
It's the finger pulling out the vampire card again, going, definitely vampires. I know.
Roll well doing vampires, so
This takes me back to 13th Ages, session 2 or 3 or something, and you just tap your book, vampire. Definitely vampire. It's so good. Yep. So yeah, that's not a bad one if somebody wants to move one of those, like in List Utior over. Again, if there's a stronger suggestion though, Eltris, feel free to suggest
Well,
away.
I was thinking either that or maybe something like convince Sarah not to leave with her brother and just stay with us forever.
Okay.
Maybe.
Do you want to become
okay, so
Mr. Boleyn?
Firstly, why?
Yeah,
I'm
like.
I'm going to miss her.
To be fair, she's nice. I like Sarah.
She's been alright, yeah.
Yeah.
She's not been too bad. I don't mind her at all.
One of my more functioning NPCs, actually. So.
She has not been an active hindrance in any way, and she's also not been incredibly weird.
See, I like to think that when she leaves, there'll be like a montage of like her best moments, but it's all just like her wandering about in the dark and not being able to see anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't blame Mr. Grumpy, to be fair. She's quite a well-to-do noble. Insofar as she's not really a well-to-do noble at all. So, okay. But that means you could just take out the get Sarah home alive goal if you wanted to, like, just leave her and her brother to deal with that shit. And you could put in something like, I don't know, destroy the Watchers. Make alliance with Calastris, right? He's out of the city. You know that Calastris at least has a big cave. Fleabag. Arguably two. You know?
I think we should have.
So there is that.
I don't know. It feels silly, like we have at this point basically rescued Sarah, and it feels like cutting that out as a goal would be crazy.
Yeah. The problem with it though is you would need to pretty much escort them to like a boat or something, right? And get them away from Evershade entirely. It would be a good chunk of time. But having that amount of time isn't the worst thing to get rid of to try and move away from the horrible disaster wedding day problem that will exist.
Yeah.
The further away from... Another problem as well is going to like the most obvious port, not the best idea. But then where are boats? So you just might need to build a boat. I'm sure that'll be fine. But like you just need to actively help.
This has been our main goal for a while.
Agreed.
And we're on the verge of completing it. It would just be complete madness.
And randomly trusting Cynthia's or get her to her brother and it'll be fine. Seems weird.
But in XP terms, we did get the payoff from reuniting them.
Yeah,
Like,
you've had XP for that.
Reuniting them, absolutely. But
I think it, given the convenience, if they can then sort themselves out. Like, I don't mean that in a, I don't want to like do anything else with them, but if it's not something that we then need to put the resources into getting them back, it might be more efficient.
It just depends if you want that like montage of like about 2, maybe 3 weeks of getting them away and back. For like for you guys to go back, I mean, to the city for Barris, because either way you still kind of want to go up Barris which is every shade at the foot of. So there's a lot of Barris, obviously. You could climb at the other side if you wanted, the sunny side, which is totally fine. It's just up to you guys what you do, because it'll just be... I don't mind montaging it if need be, to cut out a lot of the RP time for that, because I know we spent a week that's about 25 sessions worth of RP, but I'm happy to condense the multiple weeks of travel to get them to a boat into a conversation if need be. You can do some dice rolls to see how well that goes. But that's how that goal will be achieved, is getting them onto a boat and wishing them well on their safe travels on the seas, as opposed to just saying good luck folks and giving them a thick thumbs up. You know? Arguably though, you could just be like, good luck folks, give them a thumbs up and carry on. But you guys having that time to let every shade cool down again is not the worst. Exactly, as chat says, the montage would allow time to pass and the city to calm down with the folks looking for them, etc. Isn't the worst. I would say though that you are unlikely to have Von Rune on standby though if you do the travelling with Sarah, assuming you wanted him for anything.
I mean,
it's unlikely that you do want him for anything, but that is obviously he won't have a reason to be above Evershade after the Monday.
Do any of us even really have any specific dealings with them at the moment? Maybe.
Who? Von Rune, you mean?
Yep.
Yep. Disney's lawyers.
Yeah, to an extent,
Yep.
Sleepmate does.
Sleepmate does, yeah.
I know that he has like obviously has some
Yeah.
thoughts on the matter of the Tanans, but like, is that banned into action?
It's the only other thing I think of that you would necessarily not want to like not consider, if that makes sense. Definitely want to consider that as well. That's the only other thing that would happen. But that might not even factor into your plans, because Von Rune obviously wasn't helping you to climb a mountain. So
he could have done it, he would have done it.
Yeah, exactly. He just wants other people to do it for him. So yeah. It's interesting. Implies he's definitely got reservations about attempting to see the top of Mount Barris. Whereas, yeah, it also would then lead into the Uncover Noah Glint's secret, because it does sound like you're going back. There's a lot of this is still focused on you going back to Evershade, so you definitely want to decide definitively. Again, montaging a way to get them to safety is fine, it can be done. You can montage who's back. It's not going to take long, to be honest. It's only if things go drastically wrong that it would take a bit of time. But beyond that, could hopefully wrap all that up in either a conversation or the first half of the session, and then have you back at Evershade, if you wanted that, several weeks later, for the next half of the session, if not the first half. So that's a thing you could do. You could even obviously take Sarah and Cantor to a boat, and then head back to meet Calastris in the cave only Fleabite knows about. That's something you could do. So there's that, and you could chill out there for a bit, while laying low, as it were. It's up to you. So, we're keeping Sarah. Seems like it's staying because nobody's saying it's going, so. Going once. Going twice.
Yeah, I think keep it.
Staying
Stop
there.
it. No, I'm joking. Yes, dear.
Well, now that you've reset the timer, going what? No. This isn't a Halo multiplayer game. So, yeah. If that's the case, then you all get 800 XP, right? Because you got a goal.
Yes.
So, add that sweet XP.
Right. It's to 37,300. Right.
Wait, what
I
did you
think
say?
371.
371. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Brain is not working. I apologise.
I changed it and I couldn't remember what it was before, so I wasn't confident in my assistant. But
I think that's right. Let me just double check. Yeah, 37,100 is what you're on now, which is not bad, not bad. I don't even know what the next bloody level is. It'll be a long way off, to be fair. Let's scare ourselves a little. It's level 9. What is level 9? Level 9 is not as big a number as I was expecting, but it's still a big number. 48,000. That's only 12-ish goals away. It's doable. It's actually... That feels a lot more doable than the last leg, to be fair.
I guess to get a bunch of blood giant points. Push us to as far as we are.
Yeah, true that. And I mean, arguably, it looks like there's a lot of potential for fighting coming up, right?
Particularly giants.
Yeah, just everybody. Just Utur as well, because he doesn't know who he's supposed to be fighting for. He's just drunk and involved. But yeah, so we're done XP, done goals, and now we're on to wrap-up chat. So, to start us off, Colin, aka Vanguard.
Yes. Easy.
Sarah was going to go
Hello.
first, but I thought not to.
Yeah, so we have finally got Sarah out of the city, away from directly under the nose of Lord Tanan. We've got a much needed, much deserved rest.
Yeah.
And we've reunited her with Warren.
Or Cantor, his actual name, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you're no longer exhausted. That's been a while.
I'm no longer exhausted. I need to actually adjust my stats to reflect that. No, it's exciting times all round.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've made some very real progress, and we've kind of triggered a potentially massive upheaval, or maybe not. Maybe it'll all go ahead as planned, and we'll return to the city and be confused as hell.
Sounds like you've RP'd with me before.
See you, please. So yeah, like I'm intrigued to see how it goes. It's nice to have a little bit of payoff to this, because it's not, it's nowhere near fully paid off, but it's got a little bit of like, finally we're out of the city. He is free unless they find us there, but excuse me. But to what extent, are we actually being searched for? Are they searching everywhere? Are they searching in this area? Is this, how, like, again, it's like there's obviously going to be some sort of attempt to find, but quite a good chance we can evade it, because they might have noticed she's gone, but they might have no idea that was us in the sewer. So we can't be sure yet, but we could be reasonably far ahead, or we could not be. We'll find out, I'm sure. Maybe Warren got followed. Cantor got followed, rather. I don't know. So yeah, I have no idea where it goes from here exactly. But
where do we go?
Yeah, but no, I feel happy with our results, and yeah, I think that's about that.
Yeah. So, Eldris.
Good evening.
Hello.
So, I think personally, obviously this is week 6 for me. I was just looking at the kind of rundown of the sessions there, and I genuinely think this is the first time I've been outdoors. Much like real life as well, to be honest, at the moment.
There was that brief time where Fleabite took you to the party initially out of the sewer, and then you all climbed back in the sewer.
Yeah. Back in, yeah. It's like, it's too bright out here, let's go back down. So yeah, it's good to see the sunlight. But yeah, going forward, I think I'm the same as Vanguard, really just interested to see where it goes. I'll be sad to see Sarah go, but if you love something, you have to let it go, don't you? I've got a weird incline that I should never have spoke to the mirror in the first place, because I feel like that's going to come back to bite me, and it might all just be in my head. But I feel like I've already kind of let the beast in, as they would say.
That's the beauty of RP, isn't it? It's all in your head.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see where that goes. And yeah, I'm just excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. You feel like you've settled into Eltress a bit more then?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, he's really grown on me now. Not that he wasn't before. Yeah, really, really setting into it. I think like completely out of character and out of like absolute like breaking the fourth wall here. I think some things that I kind of think about during the week when we're on the run up to a Wednesday session and stuff. I always feel a bit like obviously I've played with you before as well, and a lot of that I feel like most of it was kind of like combat-y stuff, you know. So doing the RP is kind of different, and I think like I'm trying to kind of settle more into the RP and stuff, and I feel like I like what Colin and Alexander doing. You know what I mean like their characters have like a voice, and I'm trying to find that voice. You know what I mean? So I find myself in college, and I'm putting on these voices, and I'm like, oh, you want a haircut? And I'm like, nah, that's not how Eltress would sound. Nah. I'm like, what's that? Two back and sides, but nah, just nothing. So, you know, I'm just trying to settle into the RP a bit more.
Found very quickly that it helped to have a voice.
Okay. It does help define. I am now the character. I am now the player. Yeah, there is definitely a disconnect.
But I think it helps you get into their personality. It helps you know what sounds wrong for them. Like you can say
So,
something.
I'd say a voice isn't as important as a template then, like somebody you're parodying almost. For
I
example.
think it's because it gives you something to work with. It's something that you're actually using. You can
Well,
hear.
I'm not discounting using a voice. I mean, the example I give is in my Marvel game many moons ago. One of the players had never RP'd before. They were a bit nervous just in social situations, full stop. But he was a massive Spider-Man fan, so we just based his character on Spider-Man. He was in fact called Spider-Lad. And as a result of that, he could just be like, well, what would Spider-Man do in this situation? That's what I will do. It was a very nice roleplay crutch for him, until he found his own feet, as it were, with the character. It just takes a bit of time finding your feet with a character, though. It does.
I think knowing what a character would do and knowing how a character would express himself are a bit different. I think you can definitely have a strong idea of what your character's motivations are and what they do in situations, but it's not always easy to know exactly what they would say. And I think once I nailed down, for instance, Vanguard's voice, I got an idea of him as being something a little less. I'd originally conceived him as a sort of slightly grim figure. Dwarves are often pretty grim. But then I started talking as him, and he just did not seem like that. And I was like, right, well, the more I played him, the more it just sort of naturally came along with like I'd put on the Vanguard voice, and he's not. You can't really be grim when you talk like that. You know,
he's a bit more pleasant than he was grim, definitely.
He's just a really nice dude. And it all sort of like, okay, well, so yeah, like I went with it because it came naturally. So I think that helps. I think when I tried at first to do Lyco without a voice, it made it that bit harder to know what you would say.
Yeah, adding Lyco's American accent was definitely the best thing he did, and that was quite early on in the game, which was good. Cause
it was like third session, maybe
even the second. I think maybe the end of the second. It was very early, so second or third, and I wouldn't say you need a voice, right? You definitely don't need a voice, but because obviously I don't do voices for my NPCs that well at all. I'm not a voice guy, I know this, but I feel like maybe you don't notice, but Cynthia and Sarah were in the room at the same time. Did they feel like the same person?
No.
Why?
Definitely not.
Because I didn't really do different voices, really, right? But they act differently, and I describe how they act. Even, I suppose, what they say is important, though. That's the definitive, right? Like, Cynthia is definitely somebody full of confidence in herself and what she is doing in the moment. Sarah wasn't, because Sarah's totally out of her element, right? She's like, well, I thought I was getting married and saving my house, but I'm not. I'm being kidnapped by people who know what's better for me. Like, she's kind of taking a leap of faith, so she's a bit uncomfortable with doing her best. So that's easy for me to be like, well, I know what she's going to write. Like, she's like put out, whereas Cynthia isn't. So it's easy to RP the differences between the two. Cynthia has an established relationship and dynamic with, say, Fleabite and a bit with Vanguard now, because she's met him in the library. And clearly had opinions about your place in this secret society, as it were, as well, with you, Eltris. So it was easy for her to be quite definitive with people and brief with people. And as Fleabit had mentioned as well, she seemed a bit more willing to share vulnerabilities this time round than he's ever experienced in her before. Which clearly should be like, that's a worry. Maybe it's worth listening to her, because she's worried, which is new. Whereas Sarah is just constantly worried because she doesn't know what's going on and can't see half the time, which is difficult. Yeah, it's a tricky thing to do, but I think the best advice I could give you just is something I actually gave Colin, if you remember. I gave this advice to Craig long ago when he asked the same thing about trying to get into Kestra's mindset, was just write 3 things down that you want Eltris to be like. So, is friendly or mysterious or knowledgeable, right? Those, for example, it can be all 3 of those, right? Friendly, mysterious, knowledgeable. And anytime you're in a scene, before you say anything, just think, am I being one or more of these? And if not, why not?
Yeah.
So write yourself down just 3 keywords for how you want Eltris. So is it disciplined soldier? Is that one of them, right? Is it disciplined? Is it, for example, determined or driven? It could be one, right? It doesn't matter what they are, just things that are important to your portrayal of Eltris. And then at any time you're about to do something, just say, okay, how do I flavour it in one of those 3 ways? Or all of them, if the scene is appropriate for all of the tones to come up, right?
Yeah.
Because that's good to do, and I try and do that with my NPCs as well. I try and give them like, what's their attitudes here? Because like attitude and then how they go about things are the definitives here. So you'll have, say, the approaches that Vanguard would take to the same problem Fleabit was faced with are very different, I imagine. Deeply different, in fact. Because Fleabit will do the, how do I get paid? And Vanguard will do, how do we do this with the least collateral? I imagine. As the burning the city plan was discussed briefly. Mm-hmm. So you can tell they might try and solve it in a similar fashion, but just they would care about different things in the result of that, which makes them very different people.
So here's a nice illustration of why people consider playing evil characters to be freeing. Because when you're Banger, for instance, you don't really have the freedom to do things that go terribly against alignment because you're a decent person and you're not going to be willing to do really awful things.
Yeah, like
right?
burn the city down to let them die, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe in the most extreme possible circumstances, you might. But normally, no. But with an evil character, you can excuse doing good anytime you like because you're capricious and arbitrary. Like, very few evil characters are maybe like a cleric of Asmodeus or something like that. It might be absolutely dedicated to evil in all aspects of life and doing the wrong thing at all opportunities. Maybe. Maybe there are like 3 people in the multiverse like that. Most evil people aren't consistently evil, but good characters have to be consistently at least sort of good.
Mm-hmm.
And that is difficult at times.
Yeah, like
just like in real life.
Being a person that cares about the weight of their decisions, yes. I think as well, like Eltris is a soldier for a reason. He's trying to get like justice for what happened for a reason. Those are good things to like focus on, right, when deciding your 3 keywords that you want to use for your, reference to RP. We can talk about it if we arrange some time as well. I don't mind putting some time aside for that conversation if you want help with it too. But yeah, anything else you want to add on top of?
No, just thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
You're more than welcome. Yep. And Fleabite.
I definitely think that there is worth in that about Cynthia. That initially I was sort of not. I was willing to not fully trust her on the danger, but when it was sort of clear she was worried and there wasn't anything she could do. And it was like, oh, like her being able to just talk to us is the limit. That means, at least to Fleabite, that there's more involved things going on here. Which
Yeah, her being limited in any way for Fleabite's mind at least is a big deal. Never mind Alexander's thoughts on Cynthia. Yeah.
and then obviously Von Ruden popping, not Von,
Cantor?
Lord Tanan
Oh, Tanan.
popping up. I was like, okay, right, yes. the Watchers aren't as impartial as I had first judged them.
But like, what would have made them impartial? Like somebody else, like I don't know, Lady Thacky turning up and also having the same type of conversation, right? Like it's an interesting one. Or do you just mean they're not as detached from the city above? Do you mean?
Yeah, I thought they were just sort of here because they're everywhere. Thing. Not
Yeah.
that they actually are in league with Tanan.
I suppose if you think about it, they originated here though. So there's that. It's just because they have a presence, obviously, where the political power is for humans, which is in Torque. So there is that aspect to understand why they would expand beyond where their mirror seems to be, right? Because I imagine it's probably important to like have that where it is for some bizarre reason. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have moved it, right?
Yeah, definitely not against some sort of punitive action to destroy that.
Yeah, right. Set the wet blood on fire. Yes, good. Need some oil. Yeah.
On fire!
It's a good title.
To sort of briefly jump on the sort of character discussion that I think Alexander needs a voice to do a character. I'm not saying everyone does, but Alexander does. And I certainly have found with my characters that I tend to choose an existing character trait and dial it up to 11 and then try and play with that because I sort of know what that would be, but just the extreme version. And we were sort of talking today about Bureau, that it is something that does sort of come naturally, but obviously then at an extreme level. And that sort of helped me with answering some of those questions of what would happen with this person at this time.
Do you want to explain what Bureau's traits were for Tom? Because obviously he has the least information about Bureau.
He was the like giga accountant that was being sort of forced to actually do outside work and just wanted to be the bureaucracy manager and like the super petty level. Oh, your grass is not quite 6 inches at the right time. That's an infraction. Thankfully, you can have the infraction nullified if you go on a Thursday. The super petty level stuff.
That's good. I don't miss that voice though.
Oh no, but as I say, I have to do the voice.
I miss Emu's voice, but I don't miss Bureau's.
Very certain sort of voice that goes very well with a very petty and very dull.
I just start having to run the fucking Italian job as a game though if you all had voices like that, so no thanks. No thanks.
What if you did like a character who had like a Scottish radio host?
Okay. Can I give us an example?
Welcome to Scott Sound on the west coast of Scotland with me, Billy
Scott.
McWilliam.
That would have to be Scott.
Your host Jen. It's always Jen or something like that. It's some banger for you today. First story of the disappearing Corsa.
And Indy that wondered why Colin gets to stay in these games. There you go. It's that. Whatever that is. Unadulteratedly Scottish. Yes. Sorry, Fleabite, please continue.
But yeah, on this session, I think I unlike Vanger, I both Alexander and Fleabite are going to be missing the sewers. And now being out into the country, it's like slightly less where we're used to.
Less cults though. Probably.
I mean, so far, yes. You did very well in your perception.
These cults thus far.
Like last time Fleabite was in the woods, it didn't take him long to find Maleficarium, as say.
To be fair, Fleabite was kind of whisked away by Jack Human. Remember? So there was a lot of assistance with Fleabite's journey into the Maleficarum. Yes. Anything else, bud?
I mean, I will be sad if we lose Canty and Sarah.
Yeah. They've been a fun pair, yeah. I've enjoyed their participation in the game so far.
I did kind of actually at some moments think, what's the my brain just auto-filled player for Sarah. Is I was thinking, if I was sort of looking at the Discord order, like, oh, and which one's Sarah? No, no, there isn't one.
Yep. It's weird, right?
So,
it is weird.
I feel like that's a compliment of some kind. I'm just
Thank you.
tired to make it.
That's okay. I'll take it as a compliment. Yeah, that's good.
Very good.
It was a good session. We got a lot done in the narrative, really. Like, I know there was a lot of time discussing how to do it, but you did a massive thing, which was get out of the sea. That is good. And you managed to do it surprisingly well, despite the amount of bad turns you took. So you got lost a lot, but you didn't get caught, which was the main thing. You rolled very well on stealth. The 25 really did help a lot. So yeah, you did very good.
Survival, like anything wisdom or perception, not Fleabite.
Which is brilliant because you always volunteer to be the scout, which is amazing. I love that about Fleabite going, well, Fleabite has to be best, so he will go off and do it, mess it up and blame it on somebody.
But I had forgotten actually that Fleabite even did have his speed slightly boosted from last level up.
Yeah, because of your feet that you took.
Yeah, those are usually helpful for moving fast.
Very good. Yeah. On that note, thank you all for playing. Yeah, we'll see what the hell happens next time. It's kind of ended on like a kind of nice note. This is one of probably the nicest notes it's ever ended on for one of my games. That's weird. Oh well. This is when he explodes because he's made of explosive bats. Yeah. Who knows? But either way, thank you everybody who watched as well. That was lovely to have you all. Hopefully you'll join us next time to see if everything's still peachy keens. We may have new people. Who knows? Next time, actually, as players, that could be exciting. Who do we find in the woods? And yeah, I'm excited to see.
Fair, aren't they?
What the hell? Like, we may have to play with some of the narrative timing of stuff, depending on if I need to montages into places that make sense for you to bump into new characters, if that makes sense. But we'll deal with that next time. Anyway, say goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.